Most of these figures. Africans and your Asian, the Africans especially, and discards. The skin is a bigger bowel than your actual intestinal bowel. Discharges more toxicity with perspiration than it does out your bowel with a movement. So, what have we covered? We haven't covered the intestinal tract. The intestinal tract is where you take your food and you break it down into elements, smaller particles that can be combined in many different ways, myriads of ways. Your intestine, your stomach first secretes hydrochloric acid, and that's best for digesting animal foods, especially proteins and meats. Dissolves it. Your food goes into the duodenum. The duodenum is where the liver dumps bile to start breaking down and disassembling the fat, so that you can synthesize 60 varieties of cholesterol. Cholesterols are all good. LDL, HDL, it doesn't matter, they are all good. They want to confuse you. First it was all cholesterol is bad. Now they don't want you to feel they're complete assholes. They'll say, well, you know, we got it half right, these are bad and these are good. It doesn't work that way. They're all good. All those cholesterols are good. Those that store in the body are very important for protecting you. They absorb poison so they don't get into your cells. So you got a third of the fats that will lubricate your body and protect it. Absorb poisons. You got a third that will give you energy. And you got a third that will cleanse your body. The poisons. We make solvents like soaps that clean the system. Also, your pancreas secretes a lot of missing enzymes if there's something missing in a food, and it needs to be corrected. There's an imbalance. The pancreas secretes these combinations and dumps them into the duodenum. If you're eating cooked foods, the pancreas has a lot of work to do. It has to make hormones, and it sends out like thugs to every cell in the body and say, hey, some of your vitamins and your minerals and your enzymes and your protein and carbs. I just need a few cents. But that happens every time you eat a cooked diet, a cooked food. So you're robbing from your bank account every time you do that. So as you get older, your bank account is getting lower and lower because it's robbing. It reads, adjusts them, pancreas sends it into the duodenum, and starts to make it so you get food so you can start digesting. When you eat a cooked food, do you know what happens? A condition called leukocytosis. Only happens if you eat cooked food. White blood cells leave the blood system and go right into the intestines. Now, what is the job of white blood cells? They arrest thought. They're mainly fat. They mainly consist of fat. 80% of it is fat. White blood cells. Fat. 80% fat. What does fat do? It protects the body. So that the white cells go in and start arresting things. They call them antibodies in the body. So the white cells arrest these toxins and hold them until the body can change its chemistry or locks onto them and passes out in the bowels. Mostly they're reabsorbed after they hold on and do a little bit of the work. And then you move down. Hydrochloric acid is secreted all through the small intestines. So even if you don't have much in your stomach, you can still digest the meat all the way through. And I'm evidence of that. Now, a dog or a cat, dogs and cats, felines and canines, have hydrochloric acid 15 times stronger than ours in their stomach. But they don't secrete much throughout the small intestine. We secrete just as much as they do, but we do it from the stomach and intestines, majorly from the small intestines, which is why I can digest meat and not have hydrochloric acid in my stomach. So as meat passes through, and the fats, most of the fats and the juices and the enzymes are all digested in the small intestine. Then it moves into the bowels. This is where the final stage of protein digestion occurs. And it occurs because E. coli are in there eating it. The bowel is where you synthesize, our body synthesize the myriads of B vitamins. And you can't do it without meat. That's why vegans have such a problem with B12 and other vitamins. Not just B12, that's the one they advertise. That's the one that gets so low. But all of the B vitamins. And the E. coli is so important for that digestion of meats. And their excrement is your vitamin B and your amino acids. They eat up this stuff pre-digested for you. That's the bacterial environment. You have Acidophilus, you have Coccicus, you have Bulgarius, all these other bacteria in the small intestine that are doing the same thing. They are getting it broke down to a certain extent. Then when it gets to the E. coli is the final. Without E. coli, you will have no backup, so-called immune system. Now, if you debate with a medical professional about an immune system, it comes out as this ethereal little thing that you can't see and you really can't put your finger on, but it's there. E. coli and the lymph system are basically everything you need to back up the system on anything. So if any part of the body was to be identified as the immune system, it should be E. coli in the bowel and the lymphatic system. They're very, very important environments. And then when the feces comes out, it's pre-digested matter. Now, why do a lot of animals go around eating manure? Because they have shorter digestive tracts. A dog will eat manure anytime. They have only 10 feet of digestive tract. Here's pre-digested animal matter in this human turd. Sure, they're going to go eat it up like that. Now, what is the other excrement we found out of E. coli? It's called a verotoxin. And the University of Toronto has been using verotoxin to dissolve human brain tumors in 2 to 5 days. Now, why are we eating shit really well? He should live. Basically. And I have clients that I have eating. When they're very advanced in cancer, I will talk them into it. And the E. coli is, like I say, responsible for the amino acids, the finest dissolution of amino acids. What happens if you have a child that, like kwashiorkor, a malnourished child on a vegetarian diet? Their nervous systems do not get the proper amino acids to structure itself properly. So they become deformed in many ways and very retarded mentally. So I've had a few children that have been brought to me in that condition, and one child who was in a seizure 24/7. She was 2 years old, or just before she was 2 years old, she had a vaccine. They put her, that little girl, in seizures, a half-an-hour seizure, 4 days a week. Parents free. Nothing they could do, put her on Dilaudid or other medication. Not even 2 years old yet. So she got pneumonia from this drug abuse, because it was destroying antibiotics and Dilantin. So the antibiotics was destroying the child's ability to digest and get the amino acids, so it got pneumonia. So they put her in the hospital, put her on these drugs in an IV. They called the parents one night after about 10 days in the hospital, 9 or 10 days, I forget what it was, and said, "You're going to have to come pick up your child. There's nothing we can do for you." Parents get there, the child is in 24-hour seizures, 7 days a week. We said, "Well, how do we feed her? What do we do?" Just drug her till she's unconscious and, try to feed her. You have to hold her up and squirt the stuff down. Otherwise, you're going to have to put a tube in her stomach. So they brought her to me in that condition, just like this. Eyes rolling, just like that. The whole, hour and 15 minutes with me, she would have been like that. But as soon as she walked in the door, I started putting honey and butter in her mouth, letting it go down. 40 minutes later, seizure stopped. I fed her. She went back to her seizures of only and she went through 2 seizures a week. And I knew that the baby's digestive tract had been so damaged that probably was going to go in and out of seizures the rest of her life unless we corrected that condition right then and there. So the grandparents started feeding the child buffalo shit. Buffalo shit. Buffalo manure. Right out of the intestine. I could tie it off like a sausage. You take a little section at a time, chop up the intestine with the fecal matter. Child, first time he had the fecal matter, never went into another seizure. Hasn't had a seizure, it's been over 2 years. Wow. So, there is a tribe in Georgia, Russia. Same thing. First time I saw it was in the 70s. National Geographic had her on TV. And she looked almost identical to you. But she had blue eyes, blacker hair. And she was sitting eating when she was Russian, she was white skin. And she was eating, and she has this big, beautiful smile on her face. It's coming off of her face. Pull back. And you see her with something in her hand, Kenta, with, you see this big buffalo tail in the back behind her, swishing, and you pull back, and she was a diminutive person, probably about 5 foot 4'11". She had this buffalo patty in front of her, like a bowl, and she was eating it, smiling and eating it. And there's a lot of tribes who eat that way because they found that the cow has a digestive tract 2.5 times longer than ours. They have 2 to 4 stomachs. We only have 1. They can digest all that cellulose, but still 25 to 30% of it will pass through them undigested. But it's pre-digested like the dogs, Well, humans can do that, especially if they don't have access to meat. They can eat excrement from a vegetarian animal if it's eaten right when it's warm. And they can completely digest it and live as a semi-vegetarian. Is that the feel of you as a vegetarian? Eating shit for life, But it works. That's the way to do it, and that's the way some tribes eat if they don't have access or they're too poor to have meat. They'll go and eat the excrement from a vegetarian animal. And it works because it's pre-digested. So nothing should ever be seen as dangerous in our society except for industrial pollution. That's where disease comes from. Now we know that high levels of iodine, arsenic, barium, cadmium creates all these different disorders in laboratory animals of cancer. Magnesium with kidneys and pancreas. Barium with heart cancer, heart disease, and lung pulmonary disorders, and pulmonary cancer. And the FDA has been told you're only allowed to do so many experiments. So if you go into barium toxicity, even up as late as 1998, they're only allowed to take the test so far. And they'll say, well, we haven't been able to find this disorder, and we don't know the true consequences of the exposure to barium that will create cancer. Because they don't want to go that far, because why? The pharmaceutical industry, the medical industry uses barium as a contrast in x-rays, in CAT scans. CAT scans, what, $1,800, $1,500 a shot? They don't want to pass up that, and they've got to have a contrast. Contrast means it goes in the body, it's a mineral that reflects radiation and makes your picture greater. It's like internal flash. You drink it or they inject it into you, and then they put you through the radiation machine. But then barium becomes radioactive. And they said, well, it only has a half-life, 50 years. 50 days. Wait a minute. If the test showed that only 7% is passed out in the urine and 24% passes out in the feces in 24 hours, we know that once you're beyond that 24-hour period, the decrease in secretion or excretion, secretions and excretion, substantially, exponentially reduces. So that means somewhere around 30–40% of that barium is in your muscle tissues and in your bones. And barium acts like calcium. It is absorbent, just like calcium in the body. It locks in the system. When it's locked in, it's locked in. And it will displace calcium. And it will cause tremendous bone cancers. Yet, they give it to you when you go in for x-rays. Or they give you iodine, which is also radioactive, and displaces other minerals. Cancer-causing everything is from the Industrial Revolution. Anything that's pollution is causing the diseases that we have. But we know that if we take the serious diseases, especially cancer. Pottinger was a scientist, an MD, who worked mainly with respiratory diseases, but he got the idea about raw foods. So he put 900 cats for a 10-year period on different diets. All raw food diet, where they got raw meats, some raw butter, a little bit of, once in a while he gave them some cod liver oil, and at that time cod liver oil was not purified, and it was good and stinky, and it was, real. It was not processed, oils from fish. Like everything is all purified now. It's a chemical. It's no longer good fish oil. I don't care who promotes it. The FDA said that it has to be purified to the point where all the proteins are out of it, so there's no bacteria can survive in it. To do that, it's a heat process. So anybody that tells you they've got a raw fish oil, whether it's cod or whatever, they are absolutely lying to you. They have to use heat to get the protein out of it, and they have to use solvents to purify it. Absolutely, without a doubt. If you go into the chemist, and that's what you do, what I do too, I don't stop at the salesperson. I say, I want to talk to your chemist. The chemist knows exactly what's going on. And they don't lie because he doesn't want to go to jail. Go to jail if he lies to anybody about it. He can let everybody else run around saying, giving false advertising because they don't know any better. That's what they can claim in court. But a chemist knows, so he won't lie. And I've gone through all of them. And let me tell you, you get the straight scoop. Yes, we use this solvent. If you break down this, we use this much heat to get rid of the protein, and it's a process that happens. So anyway, Pottinger put these cats on raw dairy, some raw meats, a little bit of cod liver oil once in a while, and said the others, the same foods, only cooked. Then cooked and processed, like like your confection sugar and your condensed evaporated milk. He said that was the worst. All of the animals were on the cooked diets. There was nothing raw. They got everything cooked. It wasn't partial. They got all the diseases that humans get. All of the diseases that humans get. And if they got processed and cooked, those diseases became chronic and severe. The worse the processing of the food was, the worse the disease was. The Black Plague. People always say, well, what about the Black Plague? Well, who did the Black Plague affect? Only cosmopolitan people. People from the farm didn't get Black Plague. Why? You say, well, why? What happened? What could have contaminated? They were eating out of lead cups, lead bowls. They were getting poisoned during everything they ate. They would cook in lead pots. All that lead was everywhere. And what was on every block? You either had a silversmith, a jewelry maker, or a blacksmith. And when they mold those metals in a place like Ireland, England, France along the coast, Germany, Denmark, all those areas that were affected, fog, holding in the heavy metals, vapors. They're just locked in there. They didn't have stacked chimneys. was sent way up in the sky. It was coming out a few feet off the ground. And it would just hover in there, and these people were breathing it for centuries. And it came to the point where all their lungs were so damaged, and the children and their offspring that were giving it to them, the pulmonary disease became inevitable. So they got the Black Plague. But your farmers didn't get it. Your people who lived out of the cities didn't get it. They didn't die. They were using some lead cups, things like that, but most of them didn't use lead cups. They used pottery. But it was high fashion. And you were considered more elite if you used metal pottery rather than, clay pottery. You were wealthier. So all these people who were living in the cities believed that it was better to make out of metal, lead, all this pollution. So all the tales that you hear about the Hawaiians, they got a flu bug from Muswani's. Nothing happened like that. They were poisoned with poison in their water streams. Just like what's documented in Africa and Brazil and all through South America. One particular writer that I first got into it was in 1973. He wrote a play called Savages. And he showed that he had documentation that the Germans, for the diamond and ruby and emerald industry in Brazil, in the area, they would pay Brazilians in bars to poison their water systems. And when you're poisoned like that with certain kinds of elements, it looks like smallpox or just like any other disease. It all has vomiting and diarrhea and some kind of skin rash. And instead of saying it was a poison, it was smallpox. They all died of smallpox or the flu. It's absolute garbage. It's a way they're still doing it. Ebola, according to Dr. Horowitz, Leonard Horowitz, was manufactured on an island off of the East Coast and given to the Africans. In the AIDS was originally intended to give to Africans to take over their sources, and it was made at UCLA in 1961, 59 to 62. It was created there to induce cancer in laboratory animals to study cancer. Help the War Department got it, and you can read that book. It's called Bioattack Alert, and it documents by a physician who was paid by an insurance company in San Francisco that was hiring mainly homosexuals. 60% of the employees were homosexuals, and they wanted to know what the rate of AIDS would be and the insurance that they would have to spend on that group. So they hired Dr. Stricker, who's a world-renowned MD, but he's microbiologist, and he knows a lot about endocrinology. So he was hired to study AIDS to see the ratio, what it does, what can be done about it, whether it will be stopped, and his theories on it. And he saw every time you put an enzyme on it, normally it breaks into 5 parts, and you can study its individual parts. But this would keep coming in 2, breaking in 2. And he said only man-made bodies do that. So he took the opposite sides, put them together, and found he had the leukemic virus of a sheep, leukemic virus of a cow, bovine, and the lymphonomic virus of the sheep. They were spliced together and then put into the hepatitis B vaccine. And that was done by the War Department, getting ready to give it to Africans. So what did they find in America? The undesirable community were the homosexuals. Los Angeles, New York City, Houston, San Francisco. 4 cities they experimented with. Why did they put in hepatitis B vaccine? Because 90% of the people who were getting hepatitis were homosexuals because they were doing a lot of drugs and a lot of alcohol at the same time, which was damaging their livers. And anytime your liver is damaged by drugs and alcohol, your body can no longer get parasites and bacteria to clean the liver. So your body can only resort to virus. Hepatitis is a virus. But still, the cure, hepatitis is the cure. You don't suffer, but they get you to attack it. So they were taking the hepatitis vaccine. That's why 10% of the people who were not homosexuals were getting AIDS. So he documented that. He called his brother and said, hey, his brother was a famous attorney, and he said, here's what's going on. You got to link this somewhere, follow where we went. So they documented, he got together with a senator because he couldn't get the War Department to move on it, wouldn't give him the Freedom of Information Act documents that he asked for through the Freedom of Information Act, wouldn't give him the documents. So he got a senator from, I think it was Wisconsin or Minnesota, to back him, and they both went in and got it. Right before that book was published, they both so-called committed suicide. Neither of them were depressed. They were both very down-to-earth, stable people. But that book is published and it's available. Nobody carries it, so you have to get it from the Strecker Foundation. And that's in the big book if you want to take a look at it. But Leonard Horowitz tells about, the Ebola. He also shows that AIDS was put in, the hepatitis, a vaccine, the smallpox vaccine, and that's 75 million Africans were given. Who the hell gives anybody? This is the World Health Organization, the country of England, and the country of the United States gave 75 million vaccines. Nobody gives anything to anybody without some ulterior motive. So what they did was create an epidemic of AIDS in how many African countries? 23. Guess who runs those countries now? All 23. Who? The World Health Organization, through the World Bank. So who runs them? The United States and England runs those countries. Bankrupt them. They said, oh, you've got this disease, here's all this medication. But if you can't pay us back, then we're going to have to take over your government and make sure we get our money back from the assets of your country. So they stole their resources. That's another warfare that's going on. And it's a chemical warfare. And the only way you are going to be a part of it if you go to a doctor and accept any medication. You're going to be a donator part of it. And you don't know what's in that medication. You don't have a clue. The only other way we have no choice about it is food. They're controlling more and more of the food source. Look what they tried to do to that country, Bolivia, in South America. The company went in and said, we're going to give you all of this, but we're going to own your water supply. It became illegal to collect rainwater. Illegal to collect rainwater. Let me tell you, 70% of the population went crazy, started taking politicians out, torturing them. And let me tell you, it became all over the country. So guess what company backed out of that country? Pepsi-Cola. It's a company owned by Pepsi-Cola. Backed out of the country because the people ran them out. They had the military, they had the army there, keeping people dumping over the collected rainwater. They had to buy, all the water had to be bought in this company. You can look it up on the internet. That is the extremes that are going on in the pollution of our, lifestyles. And they're polluting our food. They're taking strongholds on it. They're saying that all this mad cow disease is a reason to restrict what kind of cows are bred. And guess who's going to come up with the safe cows? Dow, Monsanto, and all of the cows will have to be destroyed because they are potential dangers and risks. So only genetically altered animals will be able to live. And guess if you get milk from them or anything else, you have to pay a royalty to Dow or Monsanto for that bovine's entire life. That's what they're moving. That's what's going on with all this mad cow stuff. And mad cow is nothing but all the mad cow diseases that I've seen, and the chickens that were so-called part of these avian flu epidemic, all of those animals were given a liquid dewormer. With any kind of benzoate, it becomes benzene, carcinogenic in the system. Your soda pop companies, they are still allowed to put benzoate with that compound. And what do you have benzene in your soda pops? 1990, they debated that situation. The FDA said, well, you guys need to remove it. There was no mandate ever prescribed by the FDA, and a whistleblower just a few months ago said, wait a minute, was anything ever done? So he did tests on these soda pop companies, and guess what? Benzene's still there. And it gives it a little zing, and it causes an addiction. So it's better to cause cancer in people with benzene rather than them lose their money and profits. So it's that bad. So you've got to keep on your farmers. You know, I call my farmers up and I say, you know, what are you feeding them now? Where are you getting the corn, or where are you getting, you know, the oats or barley or whatever you're getting, you know? And I'll track them down to see the sources. And some of them are taking shortcuts. Some of them are saying that they're organic, but they're not feeding them organically grown feed. So you have to be careful. You know? And you have to be on them like a hip pocket or have your own farm. And ultimately, that's what it's going to be, because no matter how we look at it, the fear out there of some disease going from one animal to another, they're setting you up from it with this avian flu thing. Biggest crock of bullshit I've ever seen in my life. Now, I've been to Vietnam 3 times in the last 3 years. I've been to Cambodia 4 times. I've been to Thailand 8 times in the last 3 years. I've been to those farms where they've slaughtered those animals. They just have the normal clothes, which are normal for feeding animals antibiotics. It destroys the bacteria and parasites that normally clean out and make a chicken or any kind of fowl healthy. So they have to resort to virus to clean out the system. I'm going to get into that deeply in a little while. So then they're calling this virus. Now all viruses are what they call retroviruses. They change within a 24, 72-hour period. They're nothing like they were before. Transferring from a bird to a human is the most stupid thing in the world. But they hooked you in the 70s with it too. They told you the swine flu was going to get you. So what happened? Ford went on and took the swine flu shot in front of everybody. Who was our vice president? Rockefeller. What did he own? 5 pharmaceutical houses. Who got $7 billion with the swine flu vaccine? His company. That's right. So, what happened? A woman, a consumer advocate named Ida Honoral, who had a television radio show that was syndicated all over the United States, and an MD woman named McBean, San Diego, got together and filed suit on the government, federal government, U.S. government, on the vice president and president, and said, you have spent our money on a dangerous element. So since Ida Honoral had was syndicated in like 500 radio stations. It got out there. So the media loved all this hype. So they were there at the stations where they were giving the vaccine. 2,300 people dropped dead within 2 days of receiving the vaccine. And that was only out of 200,000 people. 10,000 died from the vaccine. You know how quickly that was pulled? The whole thing was stopped 2 weeks later. And guess what's still in the vaults? $7 billion worth of swine flu vaccine. Guess what they're relabeling? Avian flu. You get all this hype that's creating this new vaccine. If it's retro, it's not going to be any valid for 72 hours after the virus has changed anyway. Any virus is antiquated 72 hours after it starts. Any vaccine is just a hype. And I won't say it's a snake oil, because snake oil is really good stuff. But the vaccine is not. You know, in Mexico, in South America, in Central America, snake oil is the most prized thing you can get. I've seen it take a person suffering with rheumatoid arthritis and severe pain, give them some, I mean, it's not easy to use fish oil. You have to ferment it, you know, you have to take the meat, you have to chop it up, you have to crush it like you do a coconut, and then you have to let it ferment till the oil separates, and you just cut the oil. It's a very long, stinky process. And you give it to the rheumatoid arthritis in 24 hours, they're completely normal. So in the early days, we're selling oils that weren't from a snake, the snake oil, and getting away with it, and people weren't being helped with it. But the snake oil is really an incredible substance. It's the highest in the Latin American countries. So you've got all this chemical poisoning to our environment, to our right to good foods. So we need to protect little farmers and get our food from farmer sources, good farming sources. Take, for example, let's say our health food stores have been bought out with companies like Whole Foods. Whole Foods is run by a bunch of redneck Texans. And I called them when they first opened up and talked to them. They didn't know their butts from a hole in the ground about health. Nor about foods at all. And what do you find in a Whole Food store? 2% organic, and yet they're the biggest mouthpieces. Every one of their advertisements, go organic, go organic. And they've got the least organic of anybody. Any health food store. And they go buying up all these health food stores. It's all hype. It's all hype. You have to make sure, you as individuals or groups of your community have to get together and make sure you're getting good food. Because you can't trust anybody that's in a corporation that's out for money. None that I can see. None that I can see. So, poisoning, I mean, cooked foods, they denature your body, you lack enzymes, the vitamins are altered and destroyed at various temperatures, then chemicals are formed, and I named about 40 of them in this book. I left the science out of this book because you needed the information. If you want the science about all of this, that we can prove is in the last 50 pages of this book. So we know that disease is created by cooking your foods. If you eat all cooked foods, you know you're going to get disease. Inevitably going to get disease, 98% of it. And what kind of disease? What are the elements that cause the various kinds of disease? Well, we know that kwashiorkor, malnutrition, scurvy, that comes from eating only grains. Say in Ethiopia, all of these starving children, they collect hundreds of millions of dollars to feed these people. Guess what companies are getting paid to feed them? Purina, General Foods. They send them garbage cereals, pasteurized or condensed milk. They feed them the worst foods, make the most money, feeding them garbage foods. You're not going in there and giving them agricultural, teaching them how to grow their own foods. These companies are making multi-billion-dollar companies, multi-trillion-dollar companies are feeding these people garbage foods. Why? Another way to get rid of them. Tapeworms only exist in people who do not eat meat. They only thrive and live in people who do not eat any kind of meat or dairy. They live in people who live on grains and don't eat heavy spices. Now, in Asia, they only eat like 5% meat. But boy, if you ever looked, your eyes will melt by the amount of spice that they have in there. It's that hot. So it'll destroy parasites. So they keep parasites away and they can live, but they shrivel up very early in their lives. They wrinkle. The Asians' teeth rot in their 40s and 50s. And they have terrible, terrible diseases from that stage on because they only eat 5% meat unless they're wealthy. And it's different. They eat up to 25, 50%. So the Asians in Asia have that problem, but they ward off all the parasites and those heavy bacterial cleansings by eating all this spicy food. And I mean, it's so hot in Thailand. I have a girlfriend there, 3 girlfriends, and they all eat this spicy food. And 2 of them like the raw diet and the raw meats and the raw eggs, and they eat them like crazy. And the one that didn't, she would take her meat and put it in a raw meat, put it in a hot soup. And I thought, okay. I have no judgment about people who live the way they want to live. It's their journey. It's not my journey. So let people eat what they want to eat. I'm just going to educate them. That's all. So I put my finger in to see how hot, just to get in my mind how hot that was going to be. So she asked me a question because I was ready for it. Is this very bad if I put it in the hot soup? So I wanted to see how hot it was if it scalded my finger. It did scald my finger. I thought, well, it's not so hot. It's okay. I went like that. Let me tell you, I had put ice on my tongue. And there was a blister there the next day. A blister on my tongue. And if you've ever sat in Thailand and watched one of those Thais eat their food, their soups and stuff, you'll see bubbles form on their nose and their eyes turn red and running. I mean, they're used to it. They're conditioned from a young age to do that. But that keeps parasites away and bacteria detoxifications away. But it also makes sure that you're going to shrivel and age quickly in your 50s, late 40s and 50s. And your life's going to be shortened. And for the females, it's horrendous. They have the worst gum and teeth problems in Asia that I've ever seen anywhere else in the world. Because that hot stuff also demineralizes the bones. It breaks down the nerves over years and years and years of doing it. They do it in Mexico, with their jalapenos. But let me tell you, nothing like these guys. Nothing like that. So, let's take the individual elements of food and take a look at the value of it. So first, let's take a look at sugars. Now, the only natural sugars we know are in fruit and in vegetables. Now, can we digest vegetation? Can't break down cellulose very well at all. Maybe we can digest 20%, 10% of it, and hardly any of the proteins, not even a percent of the protein, not even 2% of the fat. An herbivore, an animal that eats vegetation naturally, has a digestive tract 30 times the length of its torso. Ours is 12 times the length of our torso. Theirs is 2.5 times longer than ours. They have 2 to 4 stomachs. We have 1 and 2 parts, the duodenum and the stomach. They have 4, up to 6 and 8 compartments depending upon the animal. The bovines have the most. They have 60,000 times more enzymes to disassemble the cellulose molecule to get the fat and the protein. We don't do it. Unless we get that, we put the manure right behind the cow or the goat or whatever it is, then we will digest it better. But when we're eating the whole raw vegetable, we do not just digest it. That's why you cook your vegetables, right? To free up the protein and fat. But then the cooking creates other toxins. So between the rock and a hard place. So vegetation isn't right for us. Why should we eat it? Because we're told you need your vegetables. And they need to be cooked for your digestion. It's true. So to get our sugars, fruit's the best place to get them, isn't it? There's lots of fruit sugar. But what happens with fruit sugar? It defats the blood and demineralizes the entire system. So then your body starts getting neuroses of different kinds. Bones with osteoporosis, nerve tissue with neuroporosis. So you have the disintegration of tissue. In the Maasai tribe, in the Samburu, it's illegal to feed a child fruit in the developing stages. It is a no-no to eat fruit in the tribe. Right? To give you an example, when I lived outdoors, the mosquitoes ate the shit out of me because I was a fruitarian. I mean, that's all I ate. And they love sweet blood. Sometimes I'd wake up, and be stark naked because it was so hot, and I'd have 200 mosquitoes feeding on me one time. 200 on me one time. So, I could lose probably, a whole ounce of blood in one night. The mosquito doesn't eat the blood for herself. It's the female that's the blood sucker. The male's about 10, like the difference between the black widow male and the female. The male's really tiny, about a tenth her size. And the female has this long proboscis. And the mosquito is the bee of the small flower kingdom. The bees are too heavy. And they get on these tiny little, clover and the other very small flowers, that are very tiny. And the mosquito gets in there, both the male and female, and they act just like the bees do. But the blood is for the larvae. So the larvae feed on the blood. And they love sweet blood because it makes them grow fast. And they're also hyperactive, so they can swim faster and get away from fish or birds that are eating, and the mosquito hawk. That big thing that looks like an overgrown mosquito, but it's not a mosquito at all. It eats larvae. So when the mosquito puts her proboscis in you, it bites all the surrounding cells and makes a pool of blood. It sucks it all out. Let me tell you, if that blood was contaminated with yellow fever, the larva wouldn't live. So this whole idea that mosquitoes give you yellow fever is another tactic to get you to take yellow fever vaccines and medication. It is all bullshit. It's bullshit to sell medication. So the sugars are not a good thing. Now, when I go to Thailand, I have no source for milk, so I take butter with me. And once in a while, I get some goat's milk, but it's rare. And I get very hungry for my milk because 50% of my diet, about 60% of my diet is dairy. Most of the time. Sometimes I'll eat 3 pounds of meat a day, and the milk goes down to 25% of my diet. But I love milk. So when I'm there, I have to start eating other things because a lot of them don't like to drink water. In Asia, so they don't have the high amount of sugar, the elders eat green fruit. Very low sugar, lots of enzymes. Green papaya. I mean, really green. Oranges and tangerines. So they're not sweet, they're tart. Lots of enzymes, acids that will help you digest, and hardly any sugar. So I can eat, I can mix those, like take half a quart of eggs and half a quart of that juice, or ratio of 60% eggs, 40% juice, and I can drink that and mosquitoes won't touch me. I leave my, hotel windows open when I'm sleeping in a hotel. I'm sleeping outdoors. I don't use a covered tent, And my girlfriends will get bitten all the time. And I don't get bitten at all, unless I eat one piece of watermelon. I can eat one section of watermelon this big, and I'll be bitten by at least 5 mosquitoes right now. So, in the wild, humans didn't eat sugar because they'd become food for insects, especially mosquitoes. So you have to look at what the human being is geared to eat on a whole planetary level if you really want to find out what is completely healthy. Because what would your life be like if you ate a medium diet, pretty good diet, and then you were sucking fruit? Because it tastes so good. And then you start getting eaten by mosquitoes and get very irritable. How are you going to treat, the other people around you? Is that going to make you hurt them, or are you going to fight? So you look at all these side effects. You take a look at the ape. The ape does not eat any ripe banana. They only eat green bananas. They eat the peel and all. Like Alan, oh my God, and you take it to saliva. But that's the way they eat them. It's called 20 Academy Award in 1970 or 71. Anyway, he was showing me, he said, look at this film. And what they did was, they were in Africa, and they followed this tribe of gorillas. And they noticed that they were only eating these green bananas. So they decided to cut down this big stalk of green bananas. They carried in one of their jeeps as they were following the apes. And when they got ripe, took them and put them out there to the gorillas. The gorillas were very curious. So they came out and were walking around, pulling them up, going to eat them and just squish all over, smelling and very curious. It took about 40 minutes. One started peeling it, and they all started peeling and started eating it. Within 40 minutes, they were fighting. One of the teenagers got killed, and one of the adolescents got his arm and leg broken because they just started fighting. They went sugar bananas. The sugar destroyed their nervous system and made them temporarily insane. Wow. They were so aggressive. The bigger gorillas, there was enough there for them to feed on for a week. And they became possessive and crazy, irrational from this. And they couldn't get the bananas away, so they had to watch this last for about a week. And there was a lot of damage, a lot of bruising going on. And the big silverback, he was really crazy for a couple of weeks, almost a month long. Then you look at the killer monkeys. Yeah, it's a different kind. The killer monkeys, what do? They go on a binge of overripe figs and bananas. They're all fermented. And they'll go on a binge for 24 hours, and then they'll go out on a killing spree. Hitler was a vegetarian who loved sugar. He put 2 heaping tablespoons of sugar in each glass of wine. If he had a cake that had an icing on it that thick, it got a layer of sugar that thick on top of it. Wow. Of the vegetarians in history, including the Bible, were the most vicious of all people. Cain and Abel. Cain was a vegetarian. Abel was a meat eater. They got all these ideas about, vegetarians are very calm, relaxed, spiritual people. It isn't true. I know when I'd been a vegetarian and then a vegan for a total of 6 years, or the 2 of them. And when I got into this raw meat thing, I went to a lecture that I gave at a health convention, the World Whole Foods Health Convention in San Diego. And there's a whole raw community of fruitarians down there. And they came to my table. And I just sat there. And After, they were about 45 minutes into it, and they're seething because I wouldn't acquiesce that I was doing something wrong. And I said, no, I've been where you've been, and it didn't work for me. This is healthy for me. But if you want to see how calm your diet makes you, and I pulled up a mirror because I was ready for it, and I put it right in his face, foaming at the mouth, really, the white foam. They were so angry. And I said, you take a look at that. You take a look at me, and you see who you want to be. They walked away. All of them walked away, and never bothered me. They're still eating that way. 90% of them. 10% of them came on the other side of me. But 90% of them still believe in me crazy. David Wolfley, pardon? Buddhist monks are very unlucky. Terribly unlucky. The Dalai Lama started eating meat 2 years ago. Because, I don't know if you know who Fred Siegel is the man who owns the house I rent from him in Malibu, worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Fred Siegel clothing products and healthcare and soap and whatever else he's into. Anyway, he's been on the diet for about 5 years now, and he's changed his life completely. He's a good friend of the Dalai Lama. The Dalai Lama got pretty sick 2 years ago. It's going downhill for a path. So Fred said, hey, look what it's done for me. You remember, I was like this, at 68 years old, and just always angry and everything. And now he stands up straight and vibrant. He's 72 years old. He was 70 at the time he was telling the story. He says, look what it's done for me. And this is raw meat. So the Dalai Lama started eating meat 2 years ago. I can say that, so I never make the statement, he was eating raw meat because I was just told he was eating meat. So I like to keep things exactly as I find them. It could be wrong, probably is wrong, but I can't say that. As Fred said, he's now eating meat. I could assume that it's raw meat, but I didn't say that. Pardon? So then we look at what else has sugar in it. Dairy has milk sugar and it has lactose. Well, it also has lactate, a way to break it down. Other fruits don't have a sugar fractionating molecule. Fruits do not have a sugar fractionating molecule. Milk does. So it makes it very different. It doesn't cause an accumulation of advanced glycation end products. That's another bad thing about high sugar content. And he did this high carbohydrate. Columbia University found that 70 to 90% of the advanced glycation end product that results from using carbohydrate glycogen, blood sugar, nervous system and blood sugar, it stores in the body, 70 to 90%. Dairy does not cause that as much. Maybe it's somewhere around 20%, something like that. But the best sugar comes from what? Pyruvate. Protein. Pyruvate that's made, a sugar that's made from protein, and then the body uses glucagon to convert it to blood sugar. So it's a carbohydrate, it's a blood sugar, glycogen, that does not come from the same source and does not have the same chemistry. It can only store 7 to 8% of it. It only manufactures 7 to 8%, so it never stores in the body. Columbia also found that 70 to 90% that stores in the body stores for a lifetime. You cannot get rid of it. That sugar environment makes it very appealing to cancerous conditions. Then you take a look at, if you fry a high carbohydrate food, you create acrylamide. And a whole team of full professors in Sweden several years ago showed tests after something like 9 or 10 years that 60% of all cancer tissue is inundated with acrylamides. They're suggesting, they went to the press and everything. They thought they were completely justified. They didn't go to their university first, to the board and say, we want to release these test results. They would write, call this press conference, totally innocent and naive, and said, we need to outlaw 90% of all cereals, donuts, all chips, any high carbohydrate potato chips, French fries. Those we need to outlaw right away. Any high carbohydrate that's fried in oil. The acrylamides go from, let's say, a baked potato is about 160 acrylamides per gram. Once it's fried, anywhere from 1,600 to 2,100 acrylamides per gram. Skyrocket. So, let me tell you, those guys were all full professors. Guess what they're now teaching high school? Multi-trillion-dollar industries. And those industries came down very hard on the politicians at that university and everywhere. So they lost their tenure because they were honest and cared about people. And said, listen, this is probably causing 60% of all cancers. Let's get rid of it. So that's what happens. So you're not being protected. So you've got to be aware. So the pyruvate, when the body makes the acrylamide with advanced glycation products, it makes your fluids very sticky. What happens is your blood gets sticky, or your neurological gets sticky, neurological fluid gets sticky, or your lymph system gets sticky. Cells go by, stick to each other, things slow down. Things get misfired from the brain. And you take a look at this, I was that way when I was a fruitarian. I was a basket case. I could go on tangents but never find my way back. Here you see me go off on tangents, but I always come back to the right place because my brain's not sticky. It's working properly. So your protein is the best food for sugar. Doesn't create all that stickiness in the system, in the fluid system. So, you take a look at protein. What else does protein do? Protein builds the system. There's the building blocks of the system. As long as there are minerals, the body can build anything with protein. Good and stable. Whether it's bone, glandular, organ, skin, no matter what it is, ear, lobe, anything. It can build it to a certain state of stability. And in my laboratory tests with animals, feeding them different things, raw meat was the only one that helped them regenerate nerve tissue. The science community says, and the medical profession says, nerve cells you can never have regenerate. Impossible. Never happen. Once nerve damage is done, it's for life. If you read my book, you find out with my son, who was in a car accident, destroyed a third of the fifth of his brain. He got through college. Because of eating problem. I was mugged in Bangkok 2 years ago in December. I was doing something very stupid. My last day in Bangkok, first time I went there, third time I went there, and I took my video camera and I was filming nightlife at 2 o'clock in the morning, 2:50 in the morning in Bangkok. Stupid thing. So I'm going along like this, and there's these 3 guys off in a dark corner, and I'm just going like this, and they got, they saw me get them in the camera. So one of them came after me with a beer bottle, and they stopped it. And I thought nothing but things went away. About a block, not even a block, 100 feet from my hotel gate entrance, 2 guys jumped out in between a van, and another guy came from behind me. One guy hit me with a board here, split my eye open from here to here. My guts were hanging out over my eye. And then when my head was starting to come back from that one, the other guy had a crowbar or a hammer, the forensic detective told me. The way it hit me, it had to be either a crowbar or a ball-beam hammer, or some kind of a hammer. Hit me right here, split this whole lip open like this, so I was completely open like that. The bones from here to here, you can still see this is completely the heel. From here to here, this bone and these teeth knocked under my tongue. Broke the bone, both sides, split the nerve, it goes through, connects all teeth to it, destroyed it. My bone was stretched and all the way back under my tongue. So we got stitched here. They couldn't do anything about this because there's no dental surgeon on. So I had to, stay in Bangkok longer. Went to the dentist the next day. That was like 2 o'clock in the morning, 2:30 in the morning, 2:15 in the morning when that happened. And the dentists don't get in, the oral surgeons didn't get in until 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So I had to deal with all at once. Having the teeth of my bone under my tongue. Having to eat, grind everything, mash it, chop it up, get it into my mouth, down my throat. So I got there and there were 2 dentist surgeons there, and they looked at it and said, the way you can fix it, the bone has been so damaged that if we put it back in place, it's just going to be going through necrosis. The teeth are going to rot, everything's going to rot, the infection will go to your brain and you'll die. I said, you have no idea about my diet and what my body is able to do. What I want you to do is you work that bone back in place, you wire my jaw, and you wire those teeth out. They said it may be criminal for us to listen. If it starts getting into a heavy infection, I can have it removed, have it all removed at any time. Go on antibiotics, it's okay. He said, okay, but you have to let us keep an eye on it. I said, sure. I wasn't going to let them keep an eye on it. I was gone and back got 5 days after the surgery with the United States. But they did that. It took them 2 hours to get that back in place, wire my jaw, and wire the teeth in. Do you see these teeth today? They said that hose will never regenerate. And there's nerves there. I can feel it hurt. I can feel it. So on this diet, on the raw meat, you can regenerate any tissue. Now, when I was taking animals who were injured, and I put them on raw meat, little bits of raw meat or just dairy, the raw dairy, I had 3 groups. One had the raw meat, next group had the raw dairy, the next group had a little dairy and a little milk. The group that got almost all meat regenerated and healed their wounds 5 times sooner than the other. And better. So, meat is so important to regenerate if you want to get young. Now, this is the first week of my 60th year. And I was supposed to be dead 38 years ago with some of the worst cancers left. Only other people lived 3 months who had my cancer. 3 months. I'm 38 years into living beyond those cancers. So you take a look at where my health was, and this is the first week of my 60th year. I get healthier every day that I do this diet. And it works wonderful. And I don't exercise. You know how much fat there is? This is my exercise on my computer. I'm like Cary Grant, remember this is his exercise? And I'm fit. But guess how much fat I have on my body? Nothing jiggles. How much fat's in my body? How much are athletes? Most men athletes who are trimmed and tight like this, 8%? 7 to 12%. That's what they aim for, 7% to be the healthiest. My body is 22% fat. Why is it so trim? Because fat molecules, when they're raw, are very tiny. When you cook a fat molecule, it swells 10 to 50 times its normal size. Wow. 10 to 50 times. I've been eating raw food since 1972. No cooked fat. stored in my body. So over the years, even out of the bones, those fat cells have reduced. When I was 15 years old, I had a 28-inch waist, very small shoulders and everything. When I got over my fat period, and then got fat again after getting so sick. But I was small, with very small shoulders. I am the same now. And it took me all those years to break it down. In the last 3 years, all those bones have been getting denser, tighter, and more solid and stronger. I was a kid who could not jump off of a foot chair without worrying about breaking my ankle or cracking a bone. And that's how delicate I was. I jumped from 10, 15 feet now without even thinking about it. And that's how strong. Almost 60 years old. It works wonderfully. So raw meat is very important to keep you thriving with cells. Most people, when they hit 70 years old, are walking around with 20% of their cells alive in their body. And then you see those ones who are going across the street like this. Those 22, 25% of cells are not very strong and healthy, are they? Pretty bad. Everybody drops dead when your cell count gets 22% live cells. 22% can't keep up 100% for very long. You can't take the weight of it. And that's what most people drink. You can imagine how many cells all of you have in the room. The older you are, the fewer cells you will have alive. Unless you eat raw meat, because you will start dividing them rapidly. And of course, they won't be as healthy as cells. They will get healthier as you're on the diet. It takes 40 years, according to Pottinger and Howell, in their experiments with diseased animals. It took them 5 generations to become optimally healthy. That doesn't mean that we have to wait till, my children's children, to become optimal. It's 5 times the cellular regeneration of the body. So to replace every cell in the body, it takes 7 to 7.5 years. The bones take that long to regenerate. 5 times that means 40 years, about 37.5 years. So if you're doing this diet, you're going to be cleaning debris out every year, putting nutrients in, getting healthier every year. So after that 40 years, you're going to reach optimal. Well, somebody said, shit, I'm already 60-some years old. I'm never going to see the optimal. Who cares? Every day you're going to get healthier instead of going the other direction. That's what matters. And I'm a person who says, I don't care how long I live, as long as I'm healthy while I'm alive. If I got hit by a bus tomorrow, as Richard Wright said to me, you do all this work, you eat all this diet and everything, you're going to get hit by a bus. I said, I'll be healthy when that bus hits me. I'll be healthy when that bus hits me. And I'll be fine. So, raw meats are so important if you want to be vibrant, strong, and healthy. Okay? Look at fats. Fats, to me, in our toxic society, are the most important foods in the world for the human being. Because, like I said, fats lubricate, protect, and fuel the body. Cleanse the body. Very, very important in our toxic society. 2 years ago, to give an example how important fat is, came here and, this is a hippie community. Asheville, long-term hippie. Lots of long-term vegetarians from 14 to 35 years, 36 years. So I know when I ever come here, those are the patients that I expect to see. Well, 2 years ago, this biker dude-looking character comes in, and, he's weathered, and I said, well, this is correct. So I photographed his irises, and I looked at the irises, and I said, I look at your skin, and there's a lot of damage in it from alcohol and drugs. I can see that 25, 30 years. And he said, no, 30 years. And I said, but your insides are so clean. You know, it's like maybe you're 30 years old, not 50, 51, something like that. And I said, you're only 25, 30 pounds maximum overweight. It doesn't make any sense, that kind of abuse that I can see in your skin, that the organs and the glands aren't affected. He said, well, 4 months ago, before I went on your diet, I was 300 pounds. Whoa. Even the bad fats will protect you, because the toxins go into the fat. Guess what? If you don't have fat, it goes into your cells and damages your cells. Cancer. Cancer. That's why 50% of my cancer clients are long-term vegetarians. They don't reproduce cells. They don't have enough fat on their bodies for the poisons to go in the fat. It goes into their live cells, kill their cells. You have a lot of dead cells that collect in the body and you end up with cancer. Cancer is nothing other than the body's inability to dissolve and discard dead cells. So they collect in tumors. Now, it could be a benign tumor or a malignant tumor. Which would you rather have? Advertise that you'd rather have benign tumor. Definitely not a malignant tumor. Well, let's take a look at a benign tumor. A benign tumor has no veins going through and no circulation to it. So the body's going to dissolve it without surgery. You've got to slowly, gradually dissolve it from the outside in. Malignant tumor has blood vessels going through, and you have live cancer cells. And those cancer cells are like monks. They can eat from themselves, get a little nutrients from the blood. They're not connected to the lymph system, connected to the tumor, and they're surrounded by hundreds of dead cells. What happens when the cancer cell dies? It sits out a serum that dissolves all the surrounding dead cells. So you can dissolve a malignant tumor in 2 days. Maybe 2 years, maybe 3 years. But not like a benign tumor, it could take you 30, 40 years to dissolve from the outside in. The problem is that once those cells start dissolving everything around, do you have the minerals and the fats to bind to those poisons before you disintegrate all the tissue in that area? That's the problem we have, especially with long-term vegetarians. They have no fat, lots of dead cells in the body, not enough nutrients to get into the area. So for those people, I've been in the lately, because the long-term vegetarians are the hardest ones to turn around. So I've been giving them mainly a milk diet, milk and honey, and cheese. They have to live with their constipation, as much as possible, but they're going to get in there and then collect this dissolving stuff, so it doesn't start dissolving good healthy tissue around, because that's what will happen. Because there's so little life in a long-term vegetarian. They maybe 30, 40% of their body alive. I mean 60% dead tissue is there. And that's still a lot of tissue to dissolve. Good healthy tissue. So they need lots of minerals. And I don't know how many of you were exposed to people with cancer. In the later stages of cancer, the osteoporosis is prominent. The body starts eating up its own bone to supply the minerals to bind with that toxic fluid that's melting the tissue. So the body eats itself because there's not enough minerals. Mineral supplements don't seem to work very well. It helps a little bit, but it doesn't do what cheese can do. Cheese and honey together. I'm jumping ahead a little bit because I just want you to hear this within context of use. Cheese is a dry food. It is not a live food. It's not cooked. It isn't dangerous. It won't cause disease. But any food that is dehydrated is not an active food. Your body has to take enzymes from itself, reconstruct them, and drop them into the food. Whether it's fruit, cheese, meat, or no matter what it is. Eskimos make a pemmican every year. They will not eat that pemmican if they don't have to. If they don't eat it, 90-pound block for each one of them. They make it. That means drying it. They take the meat strips out and put it and dry it till it's hard as clay, dried clay. They beat it into a powder, and they mix it with whale or seal blubber or whatever fat they can get. And they bake it in the sun, melt it down, and they mix the two together and press a block, say a 90-pound block. They keep that in case they have. They don't get any food during the winter. And if they don't eat it, it gets buried and they never touch it. Because there's no enzyme activity in it. They know it is a less healthy food than fresh food. But cheese is an asset because it is so mineral proficient that it creates a magnetic pull in the stomach and intestines. And I mean the stomach, duodenum. When I talk about stomach, I'm talking about the duodenum and stomach together as one unit. So in the stomach and intestines, it creates a magnetic property. So as the lymph, the neurological streams, and the lymphatic, as they pass through the stomach and intestinal walls, the cheese will pull heavy metals out of this serum and dump them there. So your body's not using your minerals from your live food, your fresh live foods, to bind with these poisons. The cheese will do it. Now, if you eat cheese with anything, it's okay, except honey. If you eat cheese and honey together, the cheese then digests, the minerals then digest. Because if you eat honey with cheese, the honey provides enzymes to digest the cheese. So it won't be a magnet anymore. So if you want a good mineral supplement, you eat honey and cheese together. That's your mineral supplement.
All minerals or just like is it calcium, magnesium, calcium,
everything.
All of them?
All of them are absorbable.
I mean, the traces there too?
All of them are there.
Why is cheese so mineral rich?
Pardon?
Why is cheese so mineral rich?
For growing a calf, all mammary glands produce mineral-rich fluid because they have to grow bones quickly. The children have to grow fast, or the calves, whatever it is, grow fast. So all mammary secretions are concentrated in minerals. That's why a lot of women get very mineral deficient post-mortem. They start losing their muscles on their butt, their bones start thinning, they start getting crabby and more irritable if they're not on a good diet, because their body will start taking minerals out of their own body if they're not eating them properly. But an animal, like vegetarian animal, who's out there on the farm, who's eating all natural food, they have the digestive tract to break down that cellulose and get all those minerals out of it and make that mammary fluid very, very concentrated. Now, when I talk with a mother these days, I say, do not suckle your children. No offense. I say, you have not been on a raw diet your whole life. A cow has. 99% of the time, the child's going to do better with the cow's milk than they will do with the mother's milk. Wow. But 1% of the time, I tell babies who get allergic to any milk but the mother. And that's only 1 out of 100. Raw milk, of course. When I'm talking here, I'm talking raw, unless I specify otherwise. And I've got lots of mothers who, their babies, are normally whiny or cranky or get little rashes and stuff like that. And 99% of it goes away once they start cow's milk. Because the cow has been on a raw diet its whole life. The humans have not. So the quality of mammary secretions are going to be, or production, is a lot healthier than a raw food animal its whole life than we eat for food, or even animals eat for food. They know that if they pasteurize the dairy given to a calf, 60% of the calves will not survive. And there was a memo that went out from the USDA 6 months ago that says, we recommend that you pasteurize all milk to your calves. You know why? You're in cahoots with the big farmers, the big meat production. They want you to destroy your own farm. They want you to make your cows very weak so they can get disease, so they can come in and slaughter your whole farm. Big business takes over more. They can say it's mad cow disease. All the herds around are infected too. Farmers, these new farmers, people who go into farming that don't come from a farming background, they don't know anything, so they buy it all. Anything comes from the USDA or university, the universities are all run by donation. Big companies. This is University of Davis is the only one that's got balls. They've come out repeatedly and said, raw milk is preferable, raw milk is not disease-causing. They're the only ones that have any balls out of all the universities in the United States. Pardon? University of Davis out of Northern California. It's a big agricultural university. Pardon? Which stuff? You just go online, I don't know. There are quite a few. Yeah, well, ask Mark. Mark talks to them frequently. I'm not that great with names very much. Okay, so facts. Clean the body and give you the strongest amount of energy. Now we can see that in daily life. In the sports field. Take a look at Arnold Schwarzenegger and his weightlifter buddies. Cut. 47% fat. Out there pumping iron. But put him on a competition of who can lift more weights. You get the fat weightlifters in there and they'll push a lot more weight. Sumo wrestlers. You let one of them get a finger on you, his side, flip you right up in the air. I mean, I had one just take me like this. I had a cloth band on here from a monk, and the guy just picked me up like that. I'm 172 pounds. With one finger. Fat. These guys eat all day long. Fat. Strength comes from fat. You have 2.5 times more energy from the same calorie of fat that you do of sugars or protein. That's your strength. Fat is so important. It keeps you warm. The Eskimos, can you imagine being a baby? Would you allow your baby to be butt naked crawling around on an ice floor? You'd be worried like something's going to get cold or flu. And these babies crawl around butt naked on an ice igloo floor. And they sleep on that cold igloo floor with just a hide between them and the ice. These guys eat blubber like you wouldn't believe. It's so rich and delicious too. Anybody ever had seal blubber? Incredible. Whale blubber is kind of rank, and but seal blubber is phenomenal. Really good. And they were considered by a lot of archaeologists who worked for the government that the Eskimos were the happiest, most vibrant tribe in the world. They called the Maasai the healthiest, strongest, and tallest, and most intelligent tribe in the world. So they got lots of accolades, And the smallest tribesman is something like 6'7". The tallest is 8'1". They're all very skinny, but they're very strong. They've got like 20% body fat. And these really skinny bodies, but they're incredibly strong and incredibly intelligent. They let, people like Shirley MacLaine and a lot of people into their tribes for years, from the 50s, from the late 40s all the way through the 70s, 80s. And then they really saw that all the candy and cakes and garbage that everybody was bringing was causing illness. So they went to the government of their country and said, we don't want the white man within 20 miles of our villages. We will hike 20 miles and do rituals and dances and things for them and sell them our goods. But we don't want them within 20 miles of our village. Since then, they've been more purified. They're back to their old nature, much healthier. But they were getting very sick for a while. But they were so smart that they got rid of the white man. That's good stuff. I think it's great. It's, it's sure the thing to know. It's not educated on that level. It's sheer ignorance. Not stupidity, it's ignorance. And our government breeds ignorance. They can control you if you're ignorant. Because if you're ignorant, you'll be in fear and confused. Yeah. Then you always let everybody else make you confused. So that's the way they like it. Anyway, so fats. Still very important to the system. The more toxicity you have, the more fat you need. That's why I say in my books, get fat. If you have a problem, get fat. If you want to get well in your week, get fat. This is a perfect size to me. Perfect size. Pretty good. But she's young. She doesn't need as much fat. So let me give you an example. I had a woman that came to me 14 years in chronic fatigue. She started on chronic fatigue at 14 years old. She came to me at 28 years old. Breast cancer. Breast is down to here with all these tumors. She had cancer of the hip bone and then the kidney attached to the adrenal gland. Skinny. And I mean skinny. 5'5", 118, 117, 16 to 18 pounds. Very thin. Got her to go on the diet. She was a neighbor. And got her to go on the diet. She took to it like very well. So we got romantically involved, so I was able to help her with the diet all day long, every day. Yeah, no. Lord. Alonzo had 63 tumors. She was older. Yeah. I think the others were all sick. I've stopped that. It doesn't work in a relationship as well for me. So she went up to 160 pounds at 5'5" and stayed that way for almost 4.5 years. Her eyes went from black to blue orange. Her father had blue eyes. Mother had blue eyes. Father had green eyes. 2 sisters, one blue, one green. She was born with black eyes. Wow. Why did she have black eyes? Mother was 1969. Mother was in college. Got pregnant. Doing drugs. Norwegians, so they drank like worse than the Irish did. And I mean, they drank. So you can imagine, she was pregnant for 5 months, kept the baby. So the blood didn't get clean. So all those toxins from the mother went into the fetus. So when she hit 14, she started becoming chronically fatigued. And when I met her when she was 28, she could only work 6 hours a week. She would sleep 14 to 16 hours a day. This is 8 years later. She lives in Hawaii. She works on communities, mainly on my diet. 14, 15 hour a day working in the fields, growing things and milking goats and taking care of cows and stuff like that. Violently healthy. But for 4.5 years, almost 4.5 years, she was willing to forego her vanity and get fat and stay that way. And it worked for her. It worked fast for her. Other people are too inhibited to go to that place to do it easily. So, in my book I say, okay, women gain 10 to 12 pounds. Just slighted them to 12 pounds.
It was 25 or 30.
Yeah, right. But it did go higher. But it's really, I'd like everybody to know, be 25, 30 pounds overweight. You're looking at me and say, well, you're not that way. I said, yeah, but my fat molecules are small. I'm 22% body fat. You know, I'm her size. She's about 22% body fat, maybe 25, 24. But this is the difference in the fat molecules from cooked to raw. I look skinny and trim and tight, yet I'm 22% body fat. That's almost a quarter of my body in fat. Can't see it anywhere. Because it's in the muscles, it's in everything, concentrated and small. But it took me, since 1972, of eating raw foods to get here.
Only 34 years.
It's true, in the last 3 years I've gone down from, I used to go up to a 37-inch waist. Now I can't get over a 33. And I'll go down to a 29-inch waist. In my fluctuation. But I still carry all that fat. When I was very sick, I like to stay at 27% or higher body fat. It was larger. So, and that's the way I like to stay. Now I don't have to go that high. That is so important. Don't deny it. That is so important. You got poison running around in your blood, you start putting on that fat, those poisons are going to go into the blood. Even if you're dissolving cancer, it's going to go into the fat. And if you have eaten the cheese, those poisons are going to go into the intestinal tract, and the cheese is going to hold on to them and discard, as long as you're not putting cheese and honey in your mouth at the same time. You need to do that a couple of times a day to get your mineral supplementation, but the cheese, if you got poison around the body, the cheese in the intestinal tract without honey directly with the cheese will not digest. It will absorb the poisons.
Cheese alone is a detoxifier.
Correct.
Cheese and honey is a mineralizer.
Correct. You got it.
We're talking about either raw cow or goat.
Doesn't matter. Any mammary production is going to be concentrated in minerals. And it's cheap no matter what it is. Without salt, yes. No, it's salt. We're talking about foods and nutrients and fats. Salt. People want to say, well, salt. We've got to have salt. We'll dehydrate. When did that come out? It was that company out of Britain, the one that ran the slaves and did all of that, the Asian, pardon? They handle everything. They imported something to trade. Asian Pacific Trade, yes. They were an English, British company, and they owned trading of everything. They're the ones that started advocating, because they were selling massive amounts of salt. They outlawed the Indians being able to mine their own salt, like that South American country having their own water. And Gandhi changed that. They couldn't even mine their own salt for their own use. But that was another company. They wanted to sell something. When did water become a thing to have 8 cups a day? 1960s. Bottled water started coming in. And it was 8 glasses a day. Before that, you sip water, out of a fountain at school 2-3 times a day. That's it. That's all the water you had. It was milk, or it was, you didn't need water. It wasn't advocated. But when the bottled water company came in the 60s, 8 glasses a day. Why? Asians don't even do that. They've got some of the worst diets in the world. They don't drink water. You can't get them to drink water. Except for some of the young ones, they buy the TV commercials. But your elderly Asians, barely drink water. And usually the only time they drink water is with all of their rice, because it's so thick and sticky. They need something to dilute it to help it digest in the intestinal tract. Otherwise, they don't drink water. Salt is supposed to be a conveyor of H2O. If you're eating raw foods, your H2O is 100% absorbable. Sodium isn't the only carrier of H2O. And sodium never works alone in raw foods. It is always combined with a myriad of other nutrients. There's nothing isolated until you cook it. Once you cook it, you fractionated all the bindings and properties. It's like in my experiments with swordfish, feeding it to animals. They say swordfish is the highest fish in mercury. That's my favorite swordfish. I said, you can't take my swordfish away from me, and I have to do tests on them first. So I took animals and I fed them half of them. I always do things in 7, so 14. I'm always the oddball in the 15 of the group. I ate it raw with 7 animals, and then the other animals ate it cooked. Same swordfish. We got one big swordfish, we cut it up, and we fed it for 2 weeks. These animals for 2 weeks. Check the feces, every feces, the content of feces and urine excretions. We found out that the animals who ate the raw swordfish passed 92 to 98% of the mercury in their urine or feces, mostly feces. And the animals who ate it cooked, 2 to 8%. It's a lot of mercury that stays in the body when you cook. Eating any fish that's high in a contaminant will stay in your body if you're eating it cooked. There's also one other little confusion that the government is throwing you into, and that's that the mercury in fish is causing all of our mercury pollution. The most ridiculous bullshit. Mercury pollution is coming from industry, especially the military industry. Mercury is a byproduct of making the tanks and the munitions. Mercury in vaccines. Where do you think they're feeding people that mercury from vaccines? Comes from the waste of the industry. They're taking that mercury and putting it in vaccines. The same way they're putting fluoride in your water. Because they can't get rid of the fluoride without poisoning the well tables. So they're going to feed it to you in your waters, your city water, every day. Every one of you gets to recycle some of that fluoride. And the only thing that the tests show with fluoride that was good for teeth is that there were fewer cavities in the groups that had fluoride. You know why? Teeth were falling out. They had fewer teeth to have cavities. And so instead of having a cavity in your tooth, the whole tooth would fall out. So they weren't lying. There were a few cavities in that group. But they didn't say that that group also lost a lot of teeth. So they're lying to you. But that's the way industry and the government are going to take care of their pollution. They're going to feed it to all of you. And let you handle it and pass it out. Less contamination is it's concentrated. Pardon? So you got all that mercury in vaccines and in the air, but they want you to think it's all from your fish. Give me a break, you don't get that? Each vaccine carries 76,000 trillion molecules of mercury. 76,000 trillion molecules of mercury in one vaccine. Doesn't count the aluminum, nor the formaldehyde that's in it. Where do you think you're getting your mercury from? from medical profession. Lots of fat to take care of all of this, guys. Lots of fat. And to harness one molecule of mercury, you need 200 to 2,000 fat cells, or white blood cells, to harness and prevent damage to the body from one molecule of mercury. 200 to 2,000 fat molecules or white blood cells to harness one molecule of mercury. It's less if your body's using white blood cells. They're larger, a little bit more control. Probably take 50 to 200 for a white blood cell to handle it. But 200 to 2,000 molecules of fat and one molecule of mercury. And if you download that, I think you have that DVD.
Yeah, I do.
From Toronto, from Calgary University.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. So you can touch with him if you want to get that, or just go to Calgary University.
Yeah, Smoky Keith video?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's another one that shows you that actually before you go down to one of those. Yeah. I got the DVD with Mark 32 with, how that counts.
Anyway, you can, that stuff is scientific and observable, is there. That's your best friend, get that. Get that happy. It's a true saying. Of course, it does make things rough for some people walking, and breathing, but still they're better protected from poisons. If they lose the weight, then they can be functioning wonderful. Salt, like I say, salt is not a natural substance for a human diet unless it is fed to plants. And what happens if you feed the salt to plants? The saline gets so high, it destroys and dehydrates the roots. Wait a minute, you need salt that's a carrier of H2O that causes dehydration? Exactly what it causes. The more salt you eat, the more fluid you need to drink. I can eat a tomato. When I was a vegetarian, I drank 2 gallons of water a day. And I needed it. I craved it. When I started drinking milk and eating meats and eating tomatoes and things like that, the avocados are very high in sodium, I don't touch water. This last week I've had about 2 ounces of water. When I'm in Asia, I may have up to 2 cups a day because I don't have milk. But when I'm here, my fluid is food. It's 100%, the H2O is 100% cellularly absorbable in raw food. You cook 10% maximum is absorbable because you have all those bonds that are fractionated. They're split by the cooking. So you can absorb 10% of the H2O. You're going to be thirsty. You're going to demineralize your system. The salts are going to counteract other minerals. So you have all this contrast going on. Why? Because 50% of your calcium is destroyed at pasteurization temperature, which is 140 degrees. Sure, your liable point for fat may be 170 degrees, but if you don't have the raw minerals, non-cauterized minerals available, that the liable point for the fat, for the protein it's a moot point. Because the other nutrients aren't there to be able to utilize the fat or the protein properly. So when Sally Fallon and all these people talk about, the liable points, 170, 190 degrees. Phosphorus is 98, 96, 98 degrees. Phosphorus is destroyed. It's cauterized. And phosphorus is the most important nutrient to keep you from going over acidic or over alkaline. It's a great harmonizer. Destroyed at 96 to 98 degrees. That doesn't mean in the cow that the phosphorus is destroyed at their body temperatures of 101 to 102 degrees, but artificially heating it outside of an animal's body destroys the phosphorus.
Phosphorus or phosphate? The enzyme.
Phosphatase is the enzyme. I'm talking about the mineral phosphorus that's cauterized. It's made into glass. Like fires that hardens it, becomes porous. It's non-penetrable. That's what happens with, minerals the higher you go. And, 140 degrees, you have destroyed, cauterized half of your calcium. And calcium is the most concentrated nutrient we have in the human body and in any animal's body. And you destroy half of it, and the association with calcium, with zinc, with your B vitamins, with harnessing any kind of arsenic to neutralize it so it doesn't become benzene and benzoic acids. All calcium prevents all of that. When it's cauterized, it's gone. So you create all these other imbalances. So cooked food is disastrous when you're looking at to keep the body at an optimal state of growing and functioning. I think we need to take a break. Well, I'm not ready to, but I can see that a lot of people here need a break. See what happens when you get on the road, diet? Straight to that door over there. What do you get for a game of stuff? The warm milk. I don't know if they have those. There's available. There are so-called vegetable oils. And what happened when the vegetable oil came into being? Heart disease. Big time. Why? An herbivore, an animal that eats vegetation, digests the animal fats, the vegetable fats, has a body temperature of about 101 to 102 degrees. They have the enzymes to disassemble the fat molecule and keep it fluid in their bodies for a lifetime. If a human eats vegetable oil, we don't digest it properly, so it dries and crystallizes. Hardening of the arteries, heart disease, multiple sclerosis, endless. How many problems can exist from vegetable oil? And then they hydrogenate it. And it's the same molecular structure as plastic. In fact, that's how plastic was invented. Something over-hydrogenated and overheated some vegetable oil and they had plastic. The guy was fired. But the plastic you see grew and thrived. So most of that oil out there is plastic, liquefied plastic. And when it gets into the body, it does dehydrate and doesn't crystallize. It actually turns into plastic molecules in the body. No relationship to burning, no relationship to biting with any kind of poison. It is just a plastic structure that's in the body that has no beneficial use. Those that aren't crystallizes and harden in the system. Now we've known this for a long time because in tribes like in Borneo and that area where only eat meat and all cooked. Only problems they have are gout, arthritis, rheumatism, those kinds of diseases, but no heart disease and no arteriosclerosis. No sclerosis of any kind. No liver disease. Theirs is mainly skeletal and gout, collection of toxic uric acids in the joints. No heart disease. So vegetable oils are not on the diet. Safflower oil. There's a lot of oils from seeds that are in between. They also crystallize in your system. Flax oil, you can take it once in a while if you have cancer, but it's not something to have regularly. If you have it, you better have it with meat or cheese. So it does not crystallize, it does not stay in the body does not build something out of it. If you have vegetable oil with meat, that meat will not turn into something that will structure your body. If you have it with olive oil, it will not structure your body. It will be used as a protein for detoxification. It will be made into a solvent to dissolve toxic matter that's hardening in your body. So, when you're eating vegetable, any kind of pressed oils, know that it's going to be for detoxification. And if you don't want to detoxify, don't eat it. Coconut oil is the same thing. Coconut oil is a concentrated fat. It is only fat soluble. If you have a whole food like coconut cream, so you take the coconut pulp, the meat of the coconut, the mature meat, thick, hard meat, and you separate the pulp from the cream. The Asian and they have a different name for it in each of those Asian countries. In Thailand, it's called gati, and it's the most used item they have as a condiment. They use it for everything. The older Asians, the new kids are watching TV, eating Coca-Cola and Jack in the Box and McDonald's and Starbucks. And that's the right thing to do. They're very bad, but the elders use a lot of this gati, the coconut cream. I use it throughout the book because it is amazing stuff. If you take the coconut cream and you put it on this metal lid, it will turn gray in an hour. That's how quickly it rips up the metals. Put coconut oil on here, put butter, put cream, day, 2 days a week, we'll start ripping the metal off of here. But gati, coconut cream, will do it in an hour. Start it in an hour. You leave it on this thing, this will be black in a week. Coconut cream is one of the prized cleansing elements. It's better than oil because the oil only works in conjunction with oil-soluble anything. But the coconut cream has oil, water-soluble vitamins, fat-soluble vitamins, enzymes, bacteria, has everything in it to help dissolve all properties. And that's the best thing to have. And that's why I have it so much in the book. Coconut cream to help cleanse the body of so much. Now the oils, the fats, I would say call those oils, anything that's pressed from the oils. When it comes to fats, I'm talking about meat fat, dairy fat. Meat fat and dairy fat. I don't care if it's from insects or whatever it is. Now, a lot of you women, and some of you men that have been kissing women, have a lot of roach fat in your body. All lipstick, up until 8 years ago, was made with roach fat. That's right. They have trillions of flats of roaches. It's the only substance they could find that was natural, that was non-toxic, and it was white. We've seen roach fat white. So they could sterilize it, pigmentate it, and not cause a lot of harm. Now they've got synthetics and they don't care what happens to the lady. But at least when it was mainly roach guts, it was less non-toxic. Now they're getting severely toxic. But a lot of you women have a lot of roach guts, and roach gut fat in your body. That's not so bad. Except the pigments along with your lipsticks were pretty toxic. A lot of pancreatic cancer, breast cancer came from some of that. But animal fats, insect fats, the best thing you can eat to stabilize and strengthen the body. butter is utilized very rapidly in the system because liver does not have to use a lot of bile, uses half the amount of bile with butter that it uses with cream. Cream is very difficult for the liver to digest because the pancreas has to make a lot more enzymes to help the liver break down the cream because it's got a lot of fluid and a lot of enzyme activity which will release the fat from the rest of the oil, the fat from the water, from the cream. However, before it does that, there's a network of fats that are used to feed and nurture the nervous system. Cream is the only one that can relax and neutralize and soothe the nervous system for raw cream. Milk will do it, of course, because the cream's in the milk. Butter will not. The butter gets to the joints, the bones, the skin, where the cream will never make it. And if you're just on the diet, the butter is never going, the fats are never going to get to your skin, connective tissue, and the areas around in that area. Skin, pardon? Nothing will. Because your organs and your glands are going to, and your lymph system is going to absorb all of it. There's no way you can eat enough in a day unless you were 600 pounds. Because you'd have enough to distribute throughout the body. So the way I do to handle that is to make the moisturizing lubrication formula. I've got it in both books. I call the moisturizing lubrication formula because for women, the idea of moisturizing is very appealing. And for the men, lubrication is very appealing. That's why I gave it two names for the same thing. So it's the moisturizing lubrication formula. So if you're a woman, it's the moisturizing formula. If you're a man, I'll call it the lubrication formula. But it's the same thing. When you mix eggs and lemon with the butter, it digests it so rapidly that the cells in the glands and the organs cannot shrink it as fast as it passes. So it gets to the skin, it gets to the connective tissue, it gets to the joints, it gets to the bone. Lubrication, moisturizing formula is so important on this diet, especially when you first get on. One a day. And having it shortly after a meat meal, or some people can digest it with a meat meal, wonderful. It tastes like a lemon meringue drink.
I've been eating that for snacks for a while now. What do you think about it?
Enjoy it? So that's a way to get that fat deep into the tissues. Because when I was working with this diet for so many years, there was still a lot of skin disorders that I couldn't control, especially in the area of cancer, which was coming through the skin, melting the tissue away, and people with psoriasis, eczema. You know, the organs and everything would get really work. They feel better, but they look like hell. You know, skin disorders, rashes, and pockmarks, and all that stuff. So when I came up with this lubrication formula, Awanza came up with the lubrication formula. Is that what you came up with? I can't remember now. But I think it was Awanza that came up with it. I started experimenting with it. It's wonderful. The skin started glowing within 10 days of eating it once a day. So it's getting where I wanted to go to. You can eat the same amount of butter, even more, without that mixture, and it will never get to the skin. More of this chemo and the radiation in this area. So what I did when I got 4 weeks that I was going to be in town with no traveling, no workshops, just seeing patients in my office, I decided I was going to do a detox. So I got meat fat. So I ate lots of meat fat for 2 weeks and drank 2 quarts of milk a day with a half a cup of honey blended in a half a gallon of milk, plus extra cream, and I put it in my hot tub. It kept my hot tub on 24 hours. So I always drink it warm, like 101 degrees, about cow's temperature. And let me tell you, I started detoxing like crazy. First it started off in the buttocks and the arms where I got those injections. You know, from that, when I was 12 years old, started detoxing heavily. And they would hive up and they would ooze, they would itch like crazy, and then they would crust over. So I took the crusty particles and I put them in, distilled water and broke them up and mixed them, got them into fluid again. Look at it under an electronic microscope. Guess what was there? Mercury. Thimerosal. Injections.
Wow.
Coming out of there. Then it went from there to my abdomen and all down in here. And it made a huge circle of it right here and right here. Just where I got the radiation. And guess what was in there? Barium. Because I took the barium when they were first examining my ulcer. And of course it's stored in that area. And then also mercury and thimerosal if they coated me with methylated mercurochrome. You know that methylated mercurochrome are liquid mercury. Those things you put on wounds and cuts, that's poison, mercury. It's there to kill bacteria. The pharmaceutical industry got you to believe that coating yourself with liquid mercury is a healthy, healing thing. It's the most absurd thing in the world. What is good is, I'm jumping a little bit here before I'm into a story. It always gets you to remember better. I was on the island of Moorea, which is in between Bora Bora and Tahiti. And I was snorkeling. And I got carried away, watching the tide. And the tide went down, so I got caught in a coral. So I had to move over the coral with these waves hitting. So, I found this, this was a huge reef, barrier reef too. And it was like 12 to 20 feet thick. So I had to find a place that I could get through in between waves. Well, I found the right spot, but I still got caught. So it ripped my thigh, this thigh, all the way down from here to here. So, this is 1996, and I thought I was Superman by then. So I thought, won't hurt me. I've heard all these stories about the coral poisoning. So, on Moorea, it's not like Bora Bora or Tahiti. All they're trying to be white, and they're all fat anyway. And Bora Bora, where there's a lot of, tourists and stuff like that. Moorea is more of an island, native people's island, so they're very nice, they're very happy. And that's why I learned to eat raw chicken, marinated in lemon juice. And they have lots of raw fish that they marinate in lime juice. And I was sitting at one of a restaurant, typical restaurant there, is this little shack with a picnic table outside, and they cook it in their home and they bring it out to you. So I was getting, the raw chicken and marinated in lime juice there. And the native girl came out and looked at my thigh. I had shorts on. She said it was just festering, starting to ooze pus. And I didn't even notice it was like that because I didn't feel it. I felt it sting and hurt. And I was ignoring it because I was going to be Superman. She looked at that and said, "Did you get that in a coral?" In her heavy accent. And I said, "Yeah." And she said, "You wait right there." Just like a mother. She went in and got a half of the lime and says, "Here, put that on and rub it in." Oh, shit, this is going to sting. Yeah. She knows. So I put it on, rubbed it in 20 minutes. Sealed it just like that. Lime juice.
But I hear you say that you're not supposed to suppress and catch it.
I know that, yes, but see, the lime juice can break that stuff down. You don't have to have white cells do it. There's a chemistry.
So it's all right.
The lime juice will actually break that stuff down and pull it out, harden the skin so it'll flake off.
So if there's an infection present, it's okay to use antibacterial action.
That's not really an antibacterial action. It just supplements what the bacterial action would have done. Lemon juice won't. Lemon juice creates fermentation. It does just the opposite. It will cause more festering. But lime juice will dissolve whatever toxicity is in there, so you don't have to use the infectious activity. It's amazing stuff. When I learned that, it opened a whole new world for me. Pardon?
So using lime juice on an infection is a good thing,
Cleans out the, yes, wonderful, yes.
but not lemon juice.
Correct. Lemon juice will cause more festering.
So that's fungus.
Fungus, that's a hard one to do because that's deep under the skin. And all that drives itchiness is their secretions leaving through the skin. So to get deep down in there, I say in the book you use honey, smother it, and that will work for a period of time. The coconut cream is one of the best things that I've found. The animal fats will detoxify you a little bit quicker. It will also stabilize the body if you don't use a lot of honey or some other. Now, honey is a solvent to some extent. It is, when the bees collect the nectar, they swallow it. And they produce enzymes which convert the honey, and it's like an insulin-like substance, one of the substances, and converts the carbohydrate into enzymes for digesting and utilizing proteins and fats. Only 10% will be used as sugar, unless it's heated over 93 degrees. Now, a lot of places will heat their honey 110 degrees, 115 degrees, so they pour it in a bottle of cask. They make more money, less work. To bottle of honey, when it's unheated, it's very thick and takes 50 times more time to bottle the heated honey. But the bees will not eat the honey once it goes over 93 degrees unless they're starving. Now, a lot of beekeepers say, wait a minute, my hive's sitting in 110 degrees, 140 degree desert. It's all this. And got together with John Hall's, is his name, with the Honey Pacifica. He put a thermometer in his hives in the hot desert. It was up to 140 degrees. Guess what the temperature stayed in there? Never went over 86 degrees. Usually stayed around 80, 82 degrees. Hot desert. They get in there and they fan. They fan the hive. Half the bees will stay there fanning the hive the whole time. Wow. So with all that enzyme activity present, honey will help you digest and utilize and synthesize and absorb fats and proteins very easily. You can marinate your meat in your red meat in honey if you like. Wow. It'll help pre-digestion for you. You break it down. With white meats, you can use lemon juice. The fish. And when I'm talking about white, it's a misnomer. It probably wasn't the best thing for me to utilize, but that's what I used at this time. Because even red fowl is considered white meat. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but that's what I call the red or white meat. It's a bad choice, but that's what I have to live with it.
Chicken liver red or white?
White meat. Anything from a bird, anything from a small animal is a white meat. Pig is in between. Pork is in between. Ostrich is as dark as liver. It's as red as liver, the thigh. But yet it's considered white meat, according to my system of eating.
The rabbit would be considered white.
White, yeah, white. So you could marinate it in lemon. But if it's red meat from a large animal, buffalo, venison, deer, elk, goat, sheep, any of those, you do not want to marinate them in lemon juice because it converts them into fuel or for detoxification. And you won't have it as a healer, help rebuild your cells. But you can marinate it in honey if you like. Spread honey over it. Yeah.
Leave it there overnight, right?
Yeah, leave it overnight. And you'll see it, you'll make it very soft. You also take, if you understand that if you take meat and you put it in a a 2 ounce, a 2 cup ball jar with a wide mouth. The lady says a regular mouth like this is wide enough. When you fill it with meat, and you put it in a bowl of hot water that's about 104 degrees, when it gets in, it gets no hotter than 102 degrees, which is the cow's normal body temperature. If you leave it in that warm water and reheat it about every 45 minutes to 2 hours, that meat will be in your result. Just putting it in warm water. Warm water does it by itself. Then you put honey in it, and it will start dissolving.
It's a good way to warm it after you take it out of the refrigerator.
That's right.
Let them leave it
It's
out
so
for an
nice.
hour.
Yeah. I used to put mine in a hot car to heat mine. And it's, because I love that rich taste of warm meat, especially the fat. So I got to learn all the tricks since then. The jar in the hot water is easier and quicker, than letting it sit in the car half a day or more. So, then there's one other category that, like I say in the book, I threw in, and that's starch. And some people need it. In fact, all of us need it. The nervous system creates a lot of emotional byproduct hormones. What I mean by emotional byproducts when you fall in love, and you have all this glee going on, you have all these chemicals going on that keep you elevated. They have byproducts, but they don't normally store in the body. When you get upset, full of anxiety, guess what? You have byproducts from those hormones that do store in the body, those waste products. And when they clean out, when you detox them, guess what happens? You have the same emotional experience as when you created those hormones. The anxiety and the trauma revisits. And if you want to learn about that, you go online and look under Elnora Van Winkle, Plnora Van Winkle, 2 words, Vanwinkle. And look for her paper called The Biology of Emotion. She has 2 versions, very complex scientific version with all of the neurological names and byproducts and all of the chemistry names in a layperson so that most of you would understand. In fact, everybody. She was a neurological scientist at Millhouse Laboratories, Columbia University for 50 years. She was solely responsible for cataloging all the chemicals in the nerve and brain system in the human body. She's spent her life doing on that. Last few years, she found this diet, and she was very nice to do experiments and follow up on the cancer developments of this, this diet. And then that's how I have her quote down here. Dr. Eleanor Van Winkle said, results with remission from cancer with Aajonus' diet are statistically valid. Here was one person that could actually chemically go in and prove it, and she did. She did the diet for about 2 years. It changed her life. She was in her 70s. And then she found another diet that was superior to this one. And she was dead in a year. What was it? Instincto.
Oh, yeah.
She thought that Instincto was preferable. You don't eat anything unless it appeals to your sense of smell. So guess what she started eating?
Fruit.
Lots of fruit. 60-70% fruit.
Yeah.
She got really skinny and not in a year.
Wow.
We're not made for a fruit diet. She was such a good person to have around. I tried to tell her.
Did she realize when she was falling apart and dying that...
No, because you have to understand, when I was a fruitarian, it was the same way. I had a very sick background. I was very weak all the time. I couldn't play with other kids. But when I had that fruit, I was wired. I felt alive, until the pain got greater than the happiness, the mania. But I was a manic person. On a fruit diet, I was so, and most of your fruitarians are manic. And they're incredible. And they're very quick to anger. I sure was. when you're having that experience, and she went from a very, sickly person working with all these neurochemicals, in the laboratory for 50 years. So she was exposed to a lot of stuff. So for her, that vibrant feeling, that manic feeling, was euphoria for her. It was a drug. And it killed her. Killed her quickly. All these little tidbits are giving you a good idea of what the body's all about. And that's my intention. Now we're going to start talking about foods other than honey. I leaped into it with the honey and the coconut cream and the oils. And we're talking about the starches with the neurological compounds and detoxification. Now, like Lenora said, that when these start detoxifying from the body, you have the same experiences. The way she found that out was that because she had a lot of women friends, not picking on women, but when she had friends that would go through some kind of, trauma or upset, either with their father or their husbands or their boyfriends, for no direct reason. They didn't do anything, but they felt angry with it. She took blood samples and found emotional byproducts that showed signs of having been stored and were being pulled out of the body. And it ignited the same emotional behavior every time she tested them. She tested them when they weren't in that anxiety. She found none of that compound, of those compounds. So it was always directly linked with the detoxification of that hormone, or those hormones that are created during stress and trauma. So I have found that cooked starch handled it. So that's why I have in the first edition of the book, cooked starch, lots of raw fat, so it doesn't stay in the body and get rid of it. However, I found after watching people who did more than eat, that started eating cooked starch every day, some pasta or some French bread, it's mostly French bread that people eat, some Italian bread with lots of the fat. They were still collecting acrylamides and advanced glycation end products in the intestinal tract. What I can't find any starch that we can digest to handle this. We have nuts, we have the phytic acid, then, that prevents the body from digesting any proteins properly because of the mineral imbalance. And just, lots of people who talk about the phytic acid, they talk about the mineral imbalances. So if you've got a mineral imbalance, you're going to have a digestive system imbalance, digestive juice imbalance. You're not going to be able to make the hydrochloric acid properly, and you're not going to digest protein properly from animals, or any kind of protein. So I was, befuddled. Here I've got this toxicity collecting in the intestines. I need a starch. I've got to find some other source. So I started combining other foods with nuts to see if I could get a way of neutralizing the phytic acid without having to do with heat or some kind of chemical. So when I came up with a combination of egg, nuts, butter, and honey, it worked. And that's the nut formula. It's in both books now. And I say, however, if the nut formula doesn't work for you, if you can't get rid of your high anxiety with the nut formula, then you will have to eat a cooked starch and alternate between the nut formula and cooked starch until the nut formula does it for you exclusively, so you don't have to eat the cooked starch. That is the ideal, of course. Most people only do the diet, let's say 70 to 90%, and there's a huge element of them that do it from 50 to 60%. But I'm talking about the ideal because I'm offering the ideal, and if you understand it, you can take that information and go with it at any time to make things more optimal. And that can just make your life better. If somebody says to me, well, if I only do the diet a little bit here, a little bit there, and do this and that, will that be okay? And I say, if you only had one raw food in your whole life, that would be beneficial because you'd be adding enzymes and vitamins and good nutrients to your body. So as many times as you want to do it in your life, you're adding to your life. But also remember that when you're eating a cooked food, you're draining your body of your bank account, your nutrient bank account, and your health. So just realize what you're doing and be responsible. So you know when you make the choice, it's your choice, and nobody has to blame for your health but you from what's going on. You know, it's not ignorance anymore. And here's what you can do to be ideal like me. You know, I never, ever want to get near, be crawling on the floor like a worm in excruciating pain with every movement. You know, that I was in tears and I was defecating and urinating all over myself on the floor. Having people that have to, you know, fend for me. You know, and looking at the, you know, the anxiety to look at, and if you look at somebody full of defecation, urine all over them, and they're crawling on the floor like this, see the pain they're in, it's not something that you can go unemotionally through. You know, I've never seen anybody able to do it when they saw me. So, it's excruciating. I never want to get near there again. I just want to get healthier and healthier. I want to be vibrant. I want to be able to do backflips when I'm 80. You know, I can't do them now, but I'm looking forward to it. And I get this hamstring. I got the bones down now. Now I need those hamstrings. My hamstrings are so tight. And after that radiation therapy, it tightened the ones on my back. So I have very limited ability. I mean, I can touch my toes, but you know, as far as I can bend backwards. And that's as far as I could get back when I was a child. You know, my mother stuck me in ballet class because I tripped going up the steps as well as down the steps. So she said, you need some coordination. You need to learn how to focus on your body. So she put me in dance class, ballet and tap. You know, they made me walk down the wall, you know, and I could never get down unless I was walking down the wall to turn my back, and it was excruciatingly painful. And this was as far as I could go into the splits when I was a kid, and it was painful. I was having excruciating pain. And they didn't understand that because somebody could push them down and be okay. I mean, I can get down this far now, which is twice as far as I get before. But I'm starting to feel the pain a little bit right here. I'm not having it here. But it used to cause me such severe pain that I'd go into joint cramps and I would collapse on the floor. That was at 8 years old when I took the dance lesson. And that was happening back then. I want to be able to get at 80 years old and start doing backflips. So that's what I'm working toward. So I'm giving you the precise information as I go and I learn. So you try to do the nut formula. If the nut formula doesn't work, then use some cooked starch with lots of fat, raw fat. And then try the nut formula again. And just go back and forth. But everybody should have the nut formula once a week. In the evening. With the meat and the other after. The lighting, take it after a week or so, you know, if you just have then blend them until they are a flour. So that's a starch thing. It's very important to keep us from going crazy from all of our past trauma. Because that binds with that of those particular byproducts that cause that craziness. As well as women. Especially if you're skinny. If you're skinny, you're going to have a lot more trauma. And because you have no fats to protect you, you have those chemicals going in your system, you have no fat to harness it, to reduce that kind of intensity. You have more impulses to get up into the brain because there's very little fat in the myelin to buffer it. So, and that's why, you know, your vegetarians, especially fruitarians, are so manic. They're skinny, they have no fat. So, and if you're a skinny man or you're a skinny woman, it's the same way. I stopped dating skinny people after tweaking. I took her to a butterflies are free for the opening. My publicity agent was the head of MGM's publicity department, and he arranged for me to take her to the butterflies are free. So we got limoed there and everything, here's this tall model, this is 1973, and all this famous, and I'm not into all that. I don't like all that, So went into the theater, and I said, I don't want to go through that again, the lights bother me, because the radiation therapy, all those glasses, would actually make me feel burned and irritable. So I said, let's go out the back. Now the Opco Cinema had just been built. It was the first, multi-theater complex in Los Angeles. So they had 3 theaters in the thing. So it wasn't completely built. They hadn't quite finished it. So the hallways were full of building materials. So I said, after it was over, I said, let's go out to the back exit and we'll meet the limo on the side exit. So Dory Freeman arranged it. So we went out to the back way, and I saw all this building material around, and the door shut. I said, I hope they're not locked in here. And she started screaming and yelling. Justin, her manager, was there with us, and he actually had to slap her to stop, and I shook her to stop it. I said, never again want to go over a skinny woman. Because I could tell right away, because she was so malnourished, she was just like, a crazy person. So, and I've observed that over the years with patients and other people that come in contact with. They just don't have any fat to buffer anything. It all is a mountain, and it should be just a molehill or nothing. So, fats get fat. I mean, keep throwing it in there. Get fat, get fat, get fat, get fat, get fat.
Does fat make you fat?
Pardon?
Does fat make you fat?
Not alone. Depends on a system like yours won't do it alone. You have to eat lots of fat or meat to do it. Now, a lot of people can get fat just from fat, but usually your really skinny people cannot. They have to eat lots of fat, equal amount of fat with their meat. It's got to be a lot. Pound of meat, pound of fat together. That's the way my bodybuilders do too. I had one fellow, 61 years old, he'd been on the diet 2 years. He felt so healthy. I said, I don't believe this. I feel so good. 61 years old, and he decided, he was real skinny, about 6'1", decided that he'd always had a fantasy of being a bodybuilder, but he could never be healthy enough to do it. He was very skinny and lanky. So he said, can I bodybuild? Is there some way you can help me? I said, yeah, just need a lubrication formula. Yeah, lubrication formula. With, every time you eat twice a day, pound twice a day with the whole lubrication formula. And your lubrication formula has to be on the high end, 2 to 3 eggs in it, 4 ounces of butter, 2 to 3 tablespoons of lemon juice, and a tablespoon of honey with each pound of meat twice a day. So in 2.5 months, he put 4 inches on his arm and 6 on his chest.
Whoa!
And they told him at Gold Gyms he was taking steroids. He said, I'm telling you, I'm just eating raw eggs, raw milk, raw butter, with honey. That's what's doing this. Wouldn't believe him. Wouldn't believe him. So I just saw him. We just had our last potluck in his house on Marina Beach, in one of his big apartments on the beach. He's just so proud, he's so big. Now he's, 65 years old. I thought I was young looking, built. All these women around him. All of his fantasies are coming true in his 60s. Yeah, to gain weight, some people have to have lots of meat and fat together. Some people can put on fat just by eating fat. But some people can't.
Yeah, so I got a little bit of rain cream left.
Yeah. But you have to really tank it.
Yeah.
And most people who are that thin don't digest the fat without the protein. And that's the problem. You can't digest the protein without the fat. So I say you have to have equal fat together.
Liver could be the fat protein.
Liver could be with the fat. Liver is 90%, 85 to 90% protein. It's not high in fat.
So you can substitute the muscle meat with liver?
Liver is higher in protein than meat
So
is.
it's good.
And
Liver's
flesh,
good.
the other flesh food, yeah.
I just
Liver's
stopped
excellent.
eating the red meat and just started eating the liver.
That's fine, you just have to eat a lot of fat with it. Because liver has less fat than muscle meat does.
Oh, I thought you said it right.
No. Liver is highly, it has bile, which breaks down fat. It makes the bile, but it's not concentrated in fat at all. It sends the bile to the fat in the duodenum. The fat doesn't really pass through the liver at all. 50% milkless and buttery. That's all he ate for 4 years.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, blended it, yeah. And put it in a cut a big hole in the nipple. And that's the way he had it. And his child, he would have turned 2 years old. This was several years ago, 3 years ago. He was going to turn 2 years old in December, and this is September. So he wasn't 2 years old yet. And I stay with the family when I go there to New Jersey every September or October, and I stay with the family. And this was after the workshop. He came home, and he was sitting next to me on the floor, and his 6-year-old cousin, 7-year-old cousin was on the other side of him. And his mother came home with a new toy. It was a board with a cutout alphabet. So it had, the pegs were the alphabet that you put into the shape of the alphabet. So square inside a square, A inside the A, and so on and so forth, like that. So she put it down between the two kids. And of course, the 7-year-old took it over, and she said, she didn't get one in. It took her, could have been 6 or 7 minutes. She couldn't get one in. And little Forrest was just sitting there, so calm and so patient, encouraging her, get on. This guy's not even 2 years old. And she gets up and leaves it all frustrated, and throws one of the parts away. He goes, F, B, Q, A, everyone again, the whole alphabet. And then identified the alphabet. And we, mother and father and I sat there looking at each other. And then, his mother said, okay, sing the alphabet. And he sang the alphabet song without a beat missing. And I said, okay, sing it backwards. I'm missing the beat and sang the whole thing backwards. He started self-educating himself. He knows 186 countries, where they are on the globe and how what their juxtaposition to each other, and whether it's a monarch or a communist country, who's running the country. He knows all the presidents from George Washington and all the vice presidents. He's now 5. He'll be 5 in December. And he reads 8-year-old material to his preschool. He started doing that when he's 3 years old. He was fed buffalo liver and cow's milk, equal portions. And it's still a lot of what he eats now. Pardon?
Any green juices?
No, you don't want children. Feed children green juices.
So it's not too acidic for them to have a diet?
No, with that kind of growth, they utilize all of their alkaline minerals much better than we do. And growth hormones are alkaline based, so they have a tendency to be over-alkaline. And if you give them vegetable juice, they're not going to be able to digest the meat, and then meat's going to be repulsive to them. Fruit does the same thing. You give a kid high fruit, they won't eat the meat because it will repulse them. They won't be able to digest the meat. It alkalinizes the intestines too much.
Right.
So you have to be very careful with children. That's why in the Maasai and the Samburu families, the tribes, it's illegal to feed children, fruits. It'll arrest their development. And it's like, you give a kid fruit, what happens? They start going, it's like sugar.
Yeah.
They get crazy. Exactly, bouncing off the walls. So you don't want to give them vegetable juice unless they're on a high-cooked diet. Then they're eating a high-cooked diet, vegetable juice will be good for them. They'll even crave it.
No, that's not a small diet. How much
Yes.
vegetable juice do you have?
Pardon?
How much vegetable juice do you have on your diet?
On my diet, well, an adult, that could be anywhere from, 1 to 4 cups a day, depending upon your acidity level, how much alkalization you need. And that's a very important factor. Alkalinizing with juices. And most everybody needs it because we're highly acidic. If you have, let's say you're diabetic or have hypoglycemia, or even hyperglycemia in some cases, if you have a glycemic problem, including diabetes, you need less vegetable juice, and you need 3 meat meals a day instead of 2. Most people just need 2 meat meals a day. First thing in the morning and late. Pardon? 3 meat meals a day.
What's late?
Pardon?
What do you consider to be late?
Late, 7 o'clock in the evening. Early in the morning, 7 o'clock. I mean, you can eat late 10, 11 o'clock right through to sleep if you want. That's fine. And going to bed on a full stomach is the best thing you can do on this diet. Just remember that people who have trouble are on cooked diets. Nothing digests. Digestion stops. But when you're eating raw food, all of the minerals and vitamins and enzymes are there. So the pancreas doesn't have to wake up and take care of you during the night, like people who eat cooked food. The pancreas has to work very hard when you're eating cooked food. The liver has to work very hard. If you're eating raw food, none of that superfluous work has to be done. So you go to bed on a full stomach and sleep wonderfully. Also, it's very good to do that because if you go 5 hours without eating, red blood cells become cannibalistic. They start eating each other. And that's like soy with green. Very toxic when the red blood cells start eating each other. And besides the Samburu and the Fulani can do it because they were raised on raw food all their life. So those cells are healthy enough to eat each other and not get sick, not get over-acidic. But our system gets extremely toxic. 5 hours, red blood cells become cannibalistic. So never go 5 hours without eating. So if you normally sleep 8 to 10 hours, and you wake up like you're drunk with sleep and you can't wake up and you can't move, it's because your red blood cells have been eating each other. You've had 8 to 10 hours sleep. Why are you tired? Why are you lethargic? Why are you nauseous? Why are you sick? Why are you weak? Shouldn't be. Most animals only sleep, most apes and gorillas and monkeys sleep 5-6 hours a day max. No more than 3.5, 4 hours at a time. And that's about my time. I've been on this so long. So I'm officially a monkey now. I'm big enough to be an ape. So, let me take a drink of the first. Patterns of eating, and that is very important not to go 5 hours without eating. Now, some people, if they set an alarm for 5 hours after they go to sleep, they'll wake and eat something and can't go back to sleep. Well, then you should set your alarm for 3 hours. Wake it, eat something, and go back to sleep. I don't care if it's 1 raw egg, or an ounce of meat, or an ounce and a half, or 2 ounces of meat, or half of a milkshake, or a cup of raw milk. Something with protein in it, because it's the protein that bottoms out after 5 hours. If you were 700 pounds, have lots of fat in your blood, it wouldn't matter. It's the protein that bottoms out. Everybody bottoms out after 5 hours of protein. And that's when the red blood cells have to start eating each other to keep the protein level up. So you need to eat something with protein in it. Can't have a fruit at that time, that won't work. Meat or eggs, milkshake, those are all preferable. I prefer milkshakes because it makes you sleepy again. Relaxes the body, or warm milk. It makes you want to go back to sleep. Okay. So we're going to continue with patterns of eating. When you first wake in the morning, the system is going to be very acidic because you've done a lot of detoxing during the night. The body's shut down, and the nervous system is detoxifying. no light, there's no activity, so the nervous system does its detoxification during the nighttime. All other detoxification is done during daylight hours, even into the evening up till midnight, and that's when the nervous system shuts down and starts detoxifying. Now, the nervous system is highly toxic, the most toxic systems in our body. It's the highest organ in fat. 60% of the brain is fat. So that's why a lot of poisons go through the brain. Now, we got a big brain in the last 60,000 years. The more we began cooking, the bigger our brain got. And the more toxic the brain got. So we have to keep growing a bigger brain to handle the toxicity, is my theory. And the increase in brain size in the last 10,000 years is exponentially greater. And that's the highest record of cooked foods up until 50 years ago. Now we're, 90% to 100% of what people eat is cooked and processed, chemically treated. So even with all this huge brain, the biggest brain of any animal on the planet, and we're all stupid still. What does that say? That the brain is a toxic organ. Very toxic. And what is toxic? What stores in the brain? What helps conduct electricity and transfer light? Metals. Minerals. Aluminum. Mercury. Lead. All those wonderful, nasty metallic minerals, heavy free radicals. So whenever you cook a food, you turn every metal into a free radical because it's lost its bonds, its natural bonds. So that goes to the nervous system, mostly the brain. So when you detox the nervous system, it's highly acidic. There's only a few minerals like barium that's alkaline. And most of your heavy free radical minerals are acidic. So when that dumps during the night, you have a highly acidic bloodstream. And you want your bloodstream to be neutral. Your urine, your feces, your saliva should always be acid. Don't listen to these New Age people that say, "Oh, your urine and your salivary glands should always be alkaline." No ape, no monkey, none of them have an alkaline saliva or urine. It's always acid. The blood, though, you need to keep at an even keel. So the way you do that is you have a vegetable juice, a green vegetable juice, in the morning. First thing. And you don't wait. Get out of bed. You go have that drink. You lie there, and you're going to get weaker by the second, because the nutrient level is going to keep incrementally decreasing. You get out of the bed and you drink that vegetable juice, and you're going to supply lots of vitamins, enzymes, and minerals that are going to get you ready to digest for the day, and that's going to pick you up, because all of a sudden it's going to make you hungry. It's going to get things moving, so you don't have to run to coffee or tea or something like that to pick me up. Hour later, maximum, well, an hour and 15 minutes for some people, an hour maximum for most, you have a meat meal. Meat. So early in the morning, what are you, crazy? It's all like steak and eggs? Exactly. We're cowboys. Everybody wants to have the energy of a cowboy. And that will give it to you. Now the reason for it is, I talked about if you have high carbohydrate, what happens? The blood, neurological fluid gets sticky. You're not going to think, you're not going to focus as well. So if you have a meat meal, and no high carbohydrate food up till noon, guess what happens? Your body plans on making pyruvate into your blood sugar for the rest of the day. So you'll never have a high fruit or high sugar content in your neurological system unless you sit there and eat a whole plate full of fruit sometime later in the day, then you cause it to throw into that. But if you eat the fruit, once a day, and then eat carrot juice later in the day, it's not going to throw you into carbohydrate burning glycogen. So, meat meal is very important. Never eat meat alone, because your meat, the body always goes, especially after a sleep period, goes to make, wants to make fuel to burn. So some of it, pyruvate, is going to be made into protein sugar to run the blood from the nervous system and the rest of the body. The rest of them is the fuel for energy, hormonal activity, if you don't have extra fat. Why burn that expensive meat that isn't the most delicious thing to most people? Keep it to a refined place where it will help you divide cells and regenerate and heal you and grow you into a younger person. Younger meaning newer cells, more cells than you had as you got older. So, meat meal with fat. Fat will be your energy. The fat will be provided so your body doesn't have to transform the meat, the protein into a fat. And your body has the ability to do that. You can take a starch and make it into an acetone, which is a fat, and it can make it into poor incomplete amino acids for building. Won't be a good, strong build, but the body can do it. That's how people survive eating good foods. And the Asians survive on 90%, 95% rice. 90 to 95% rice. Well, in Thailand and Vietnam, it's like 90% rice, 5% vegetables, and 5% meat. That's about the average ratio. That's not a healthy diet to be strong and healthy for a long time. But they're able to do it because the body's ingenious. It can convert a lot of things into a lot of things that isn't common, it isn't normal. But if you want the easiest route, I'm giving it to you. Easiest, simplest way to make sure the body handles everything. It handles everything smoothly, conveniently, and easily. So the fat, and you want animal fats for that meat meal. Once in a while you can have avocado, but if you have avocado with your meat meal, plan on getting a little bit hornier, because it will go into making more hormones when you have avocado with meat. If you have oils with meat, you're going to detoxify more, as I explained earlier. Okay? But if you have animal fats, there's a balance in everything that makes it even. Eggs are fine. Fat and protein with it. However, you're going to have more hormones develop from it and maybe get a little bit more horny. And, more radical hormonal excitement instead of the physiological strong come from. That's what the buttery cream will do with the meats. Now, most people who get onto the diet don't digest the cream very well, as I explained. So if you have cream with meat, it could coat the meat so you don't digest it. So if you're going to have cream, it should be a small amount, or there should be some onion or honey with it that's going to help you digest that cream. Sour cream is a little different. It's a little different. It's already partially pre-digested, but still you have to have something else with it. So this will coat honey or onion. Now the gorillas will go sometimes 28 days without eating any meat, and then they'll kill an antelope and eat 14 to 28 pounds in one sitting per gorilla. And then for 2 days they'll eat onions. They'll rip them right out of the ground and eat onions to help them digest all of that. They don't want to mainly eat bananas and berries and stuff like that and leaves. But when they eat a creature like that, they will eat onions to help them digest. So onions help with cream digestion. So that's why I have recipes in there. If you're going to make a sauce, use as much cream as it suggests, but also use it with whatever is in the recipe to help you digest. None of those sauce recipes in there, all 82 of them, it can be made 3 to 5 different ways each, so it's over 400 sauces. They're all made to help you digest. None is just for palate. Okay? So I've done that. But if you find one that you don't digest well, then that is one you wait and try a few months later. Doesn't work then, you keep waiting. I don't care if it's years before you use that particular sauce frequently. Don't use it frequently unless you have an easy time of digesting your meat afterwards. If it just sits there, it means it's not digested. It's got to move through. You start eating honey to help it move through. Then you avoid that sauce. You delay it until another time, a few months down the line, so maybe you're digesting better. For some people, a sauce they may never be able to have because that combination is one that they never may be able to synthesize the enzymes and digestive juices properly to digest. So you just have to be satisfied with some others. But that's not many people. But some people who are highly environmentally sensitive and don't digest things well may need very, very simple combinations or minor meals. I'm just going to jump right in it because I don't want to forget it. Phil, I got it this way. I want you to bring that up to me in the question and answer period about environmentally sensitive diets. Would you bring that up to me? Because I don't want to go off on a tangent right now. Okay, so you've had your meat meal with extra fat, animal fat preferably. If you don't have available, you can have coconut cream, you can have some kind of oil, you can have avocado, some other fat to go with it because you just want to waste your meat. But preferably an animal fat, especially butter. Have at least 2 tablespoons of butter, at least with each meat meal.
Not just today.
That's at a meal.
You eat it with avocado or do you use it as salad?
It may help you make some soaps to clean out the body, but it'll make more hormones, whether they're sexual or otherwise, and as fuel for burning. Lots of proven if you have avocado cream. Then let 2 to 3 hours pass. Let your body digest and assimilate that. Now, with all that protein that you've digested, the body's going to start doing things that it's not used to doing. It's going to get thriving. It's going to be awake and conscious, and you're going to say, wow, I'm a different person. However, it's going to cause a little acidity in the nervous system. So you need to calm it, preferably with a milkshake. You don't want just milk because it'll make you tired. You want some eggs with it, so you can get some protein in there too. Heavy protein that's assimilated and absorbed just like that. Because in an egg, there's nothing more digestible than an egg. Egg will even digest quicker, 5 times quicker than raw milk. It'll digest 2 times quicker than kefir. Egg is the most absorbable nutrient that we have on this planet. Egg and milk, this is where you can put your cream in because we want to get to the nervous system. 2, 3, 4 tablespoons of cream. 1, 4 eggs, depending upon your size. And a milkshake, I have a minimum of 3 eggs. I'm a little guy, but I still have a minimum of 3 eggs. I have some guys that eat 10 eggs. You know, they're 6'5", they eat 10 eggs in a milkshake. Their whole milkshake is a quart. You know, mine's 1.5 to 2 cups. So you have your milk, you have your cream, you have your honey, and you have your eggs. If you add fruit to it, that's a smoothie. But what happens if you eat fruit in the morning? High carbs. Your brain will start making glycogen from carbohydrate, cause a lot of stickiness, advanced glycation in the body. Don't do it then. If you want maybe an 1.5 inch section of green banana, that's okay. and that'll help. And if you want to put a tablespoon of coconut cream in there, if you're healthier and stronger, it'll start dissolving some hardened tissue in your body. But don't do it unless you're very healthy already. Start putting a little bit of green fruit in that milkshake. Put a little nutmeg if you like. That's all that. You're not going to digest nutmeg at all. It'll give a good flavor. Just take a nutmeg and just grate a little bit, very finely into the shakes, into like an eggnog. I don't recommend cinnamon very much because it's hard to get non-treated cinnamon. Your cinnamon bark is black normally, and they bleach it to give it a red-orange cast.
Oh, you kidding?
You deep in, it's more orange and brown orange underneath the outer bark, but they use the outer bark. Some of them are going in and taking some of the younger stuff, which is brown orange. But when you see it red and bright orange, you know it's been treated. You have to be careful about that. They'll bleach it. They use real chlorine bleach. And then rinse it and say, oh, we got all that fine. And whose dream? They lie like a rug.
No, I know, you're right, the whole organic.
It isn't Polish. It's a little
Not all the
bit.
jam, but
The toxins that it will make, this has been for you, it will make toxins.
Oh, yeah. You've got benzene that'll form. You've got lots of toxins. They're byproducts of chemical reaction.
Yeah.
It's like citric acid mixes with benzoic acid.
The citric acid,
Citric acid, you mix with benzoic acid like we use in soda pops.
right?
Creates benzene.
Okay.
Benzene is carcinogenic. The combination creates benzene. We're not putting benzene in it.
Right.
Benzene is a product of the combination of benzoic acid and citric acid.
What's this?
Never call citric acid vitamin C like the pharmaceutical industry calls it, because vitamin C is not ever citric acid.
They always call it ascorbic acid.
Ascorbic acid.
Yeah.
So ascorbic acid is never vitamin C. Never. That is a misnomer, and it's a false advertisement. Vitamin C is a very complex network of different nutrients that make up vitamin C. And if you look at the difference between the ascorbic acid and the natural vitamin C, you'll see the little tiny, round, fluffy-looking, almost hairy molecules in vitamin C. It's like little nice little hairy balls that look like your children want to play with them and hug them. You look at the ascorbic acid, and it looks like somebody has broken glass. You have all these sharp, jagged edges, and that's what it is. It's broken glass. It's cauterized this mineral, this combination, and it is glass. And we're just going to rip up the system. And they are 50 to 100 times the size of these little, cute little, round, fluffy, hairy balls that is true vitamin C. If you go on the internet, you say, put vitamin C pictures or photographs, and you'll come up with one of those sites that show the comparison. And it's astounding that they can call that vitamin C and get away with it. It's a crime, because you are not chemists. You don't know. You have somebody educated. I refer to a book in the recipe book, which is the truth about vitamins and supplements. And you'll see that none of them are real vitamins. None of them. They may react and do things chemically to the body that may be similar to what the real vitamins and minerals will do, but it's no true event. It's like you get vegetable juice, it's a good pick-me-up, it's a healthy pick-me-up. You can go for coffee or tea and do the same thing, but it's not a healthy way to do it. So it's your choice of how you want to do it. Do I start stinking? I'm just kidding. You what? Okay, so after you have your milkshake, 2-3 hours pass, or if you get hungry sooner, another vegetable juice. The first juice could be the highest, 12, 16 ounces, depending on the size of your weight, your frame.
How much cream?
In your vegetable juice, only if you're skinny do you get put, or very toxic do you get put cream in your juice. Or, well, for you I would say a tablespoon.
Yeah.
For people who are very toxic and using, let's say, cilantro in their juice for detoxification, maybe none, except for a tablespoon of coconut cream before the juice. But I explained that in the recipe before the juice.
They have butter before the juice, or you have to
The cream is more cleansing, but you don't need either. For a person your size, it's fine. You don't need it. Okay, you don't need cream or butter for your juice. If you're skinny, you do. Or you're going for metal detoxification, you need a fat before you drink the juice, because the cilantro starts pulling heavy metals out of the glandular tissue or soft membranes in the body. And then you want to have the fat there to bind with it, so it doesn't cause you a problem. But if you don't have cilantro in your juice and you're not putting a lot of exotic herbs in there, juicing a lot of exotic herbs, you don't need fat. So I have another juice. This one could be anywhere from 4 to 12 ounces. Just decrease the amount of juice. If you eat something an hour or 2 hours later and it sits there, that's a vegetable juice you should not have the next day, maybe the next 2 days. Skip it. Then you go to if you have a sugar problem in the body, diabetes, hyperglycemia, whatever, you want to go for another meat meal at this point. So if you're having 2 meat meals a day, and you're having about a pound of meat a day, it's a cup and a half, cup and a quarter to cup and a half in the morning, cup and a quarter, cup and a half in the evening. If you're breaking it up into 3 meat meals, then you'd have cup, and a cup, 3 cups a day, 3 times a day. And you get fat with that meat. Next, a couple of hours later, this will be your fruit meal. If you're not having a meat meal, this is the time for your only fruit, your fruit meal. So if you're not having a in-between meat meal, you go from the juice to the fruit meal. If you're hypoglycemic, you're going from the juice to a meat meal to the fruit meal. Okay? So now we're going to talk about the fruit meal. Fruit meal should be 99% of the time an unripe fruit. Still keep the sugar down. An orange would be okay to have more ripe. If you're eating with avocado, to get rid of radiation in your body. Or if you're having it with a lot of eggs or an ice cream, then a ripe orange is okay. Otherwise, you should stick with as green and as hard fruits as you can get, like pineapple, papaya. Those are good digestive enzyme fruits. Other fruits are for cleansing and doing different things. Berries have very little sugar in them anyway, so they don't have to be unripe when you eat them. Berries and coconut cream, this is a time for a cleansing meal unless you're already into a heavy cleanse, into a heavy detox. Then I don't suggest that you have coconut cream at that meal. This is just a tablespoon. But if you want to, let's say, clean out, let's say you have MS. Yeah, let me take this chair for a minute. Let's say you have MS and you want to break some of the hardened tissue down. You're going to have 2 to 3 ounces of coconut cream with a half to 3/4 of a medium green banana. Now, whenever you have coconut cream, remember it pulls a lot of toxicity out quickly. And if you don't have enough animal fats in the body, you're not going to be able to police it from keeping it doing some other damage in your bloodstream or in your lymphatic system, even in your nervous system. So always have a little bit of butter and a little bit of cream with that meal and the coconut cream. So let's say you have 2.5 ounces of coconut cream, which is 5 tablespoons of coconut cream. You have anywhere from a half to a whole tablespoon of butter, anywhere from 3/4 to a tablespoon and a half of dairy cream, with the thick cream, cow's cream, and then a little bit of honey. So whatever your fruit you like, whatever one I mentioned, it goes along with whatever you need to repair in your body or detoxify. That's the fruit you go with.
But no fruit is okay. No fruit.
For some people, that's okay. If it makes them hyperactive and crazy, a little fruit damages their digestion, they should not have fruit at all. The vegetable juice, they'll get enough carbohydrates from that. And there's always carbohydrates in milk, so it's plenty of carbohydrates. The human body needs 80% fat, 15% protein, and 5% carbs. So milk is fine to be your carbs. Some people need those fruit enzymes to help them digest and to alkalinize the over-acidic digestion tract. But some people don't. But most people do eat some fruit. I eat fruit 3 days a week. I used to once a day. Now I can only eat 3 days a week. During the winter, I can eat, sometimes if it's dates, I can eat fruit every day. But mostly I can't, and that's the only time I can eat dates.
But date is a fruit.
Date is a fruit. I eat dates with cheese and butter, and it's delicious. But I'll only eat 3 big dates, for that day, and twice as much cheese as date, and then probably 3 tablespoons of butter with that. It's delicious. Or I'll make a cheesecake with the dates. Now, cheesecake, it all depends on, what you're able to do. And that you have to play with. And just remember that your body is not a fixed circumstance. The chemistry is always changing. So if you find something's not working for you, you need to change what you're doing. If you've read the book and you've highlighted the things that normally apply to you, you know where to go. If you're still confused, then you can give me a call between 7 and 9 Pacific time in the morning, any day, and I'll answer your questions unless I'm gone like today. Then you just call back when I say that I'm going to return. If it's an emergency, then you need a detailed emergency message with your symptoms. But try to work it out yourself, because I prefer you learning your body better than me helping you. But some people need the help. So I don't want your money. I want you to be healthy, as happy as you can be. I make enough money to be very, very comfortable. So I write these books so that you can educate yourself, so you can know yourself, and be your own doctor. You heal yourself. Just try to be as aware as possible, but if you're having trouble or you're very confused, then give me a call. Sometimes if you catch it that I'm out traveling, sometimes I can never get to a phone if I'm in the jungle. However, I'll run across somebody who's got, a wireless internet connection. And the internet connection will work with my phone line, my cell phone line. So I might be able to, if you send me an email, if you're in a situation like that, you send me an email. And I'll get you, with an email quicker in that circumstance than for the phone. But it all depends, leave both. But tell me that you've left also a message on the machine, or that you've left a message email, so I won't answer it twice. So, after the fruit meal, you let 2-3 hours pass. Now, that coconut cream is a difficult cream to digest. It's heavy, it's thick, unless you eat no dairy. Then it goes right to you quickly, it can cause diarrhea. But if you're a dairy eater, the coconut cream is more difficult to digest. It takes more time. So 2-3 hours pass. Then have another vegetable juice. Usually 4 ounces if you're a person my size or smaller, and 8 ounces if you're larger. If you find that when you have meat meal, your second or third, depending upon your dietary regime, It's your last meat meal. If you go an hour and a half to 2 hours after that, vegetable juice, and if the meat sits there, then you eliminate that vegetable juice. Okay? If it interferes, if let's say your metabolism is getting a little higher, or it's getting a little warmer, and everything is moving quicker, then you put the vegetable juice in, and then it will work for you again. If it doesn't work, then you eliminate it. Like I say, your body's fluctuating. You need to stay attuned to it. Then after that second meat meal should be the same as the first and the second, if you've had a second meat meal before this one. And the same amount of fats, always good fats. And then it could be right before you go to sleep, depending upon your work schedule. If you're on the thin side, I suggest that you have that meat meal no later than 7:30, so you can get another milkshake in before you go to sleep. If you're overweight, you don't need a milkshake when you go to sleep unless you're hyperactive or anxious or unhappy. Then you might just want a little milkshake, like a half of one, drink the other half during the middle of the night, or have half a cup of warm milk and have another half a cup of milk during the night. It helps us relax and calm the body. And warm milk is always preferable at that time. So make sure you don't sleep over 5 hours. You set the alarm if you have to. If you normally wake during the night, you just have it ready there to drink, pee, and go back to sleep. Very easy. Okay, questions and answers. Before we go into question and answers, we're going to take our last break. Okay? Finding that it takes pretty much a pretty good master to be able to do that, like I did with Alonzo, who was allergic to everything except grapefruit juice. And then even at the end, she was allergic to that right before she met me. So I knew combinations to give her. If you don't have that kind of help and you've got friends who are having that problem, eggs are the way to go. You've got any kind of a pulmonary problem, any kind of a lung asthma, anything like that, eggs is the diet. That's all you eat is eggs, maybe a little honey and butter, but eggs. You eat every hour to every half hour. You eat an egg. And maybe you'll do that for a month, 6 weeks. Everything is completely utilizable, digestible, and absorbable readily. So it doesn't take, you spend all of your energy on healing. Very little on digestion when you're dealing with eggs. That's why in the recipe book I talked about the African-American woman who was like 68 years old, had emphysema for 7 years. And, her MD called me on a Thursday night and said, I've got this patient who was diagnosed with emphysema 7 years ago. She's been mainly on machines for the past 2 years, and mainly bedridden. Is there anything I can do? And I said, well, you're calling me a little late, aren't you? And she says, well, I've got my practice, I've got my family's welfare, life support system, so I have to be very careful. I said, well, that's on your conscience. The best thing I can suggest that you do is you get 10 to 15 dozen eggs, put them at her bed table in the hospital, and have her eat an egg as often as she can, and nothing's too often. Nothing's too frequently. So on Monday morning, I got this call from a raspy voiced woman telling me, I've been this is the first time I've been out of bed and off the machine, off of oxygen in 2 years, and I'm feeling pretty good. What else can I do? Wow. I said, well, who are you? And so she explained that she ate 66 eggs over the weekend, 33 eggs on Saturday, 33 eggs on Sunday, and she was out of bed. And then I knew who she was. So that's the kind of things that eggs can do, and nothing else can do it but eggs. Meat won't do it. I don't care if you purify it. Pulverize it into liquid, into a pate. It still takes too much digestive activity. So the eggs will supply you with concentrated protein, concentrated fat that's already in a liquid form. That's very easy to digest and utilize. I remember one woman came to me with environmental sensitivity, and she was allergic to water. And her husband was a very well-educated PhD. And when he came in with her, the doctors, nobody could help her. And she was deteriorating. She was at the end of her line after about 8 or 9 years. Very thin, about 62 years old. And her husband just glared at me the whole time. Very tall, austere, educated, proper man. His wife wasn't looking. Give me this kind of stuff. Kind of hard to ignore, but I did it. And, I put her on mainly eggs. I said, that's all you're going to eat is eggs. A little bit of honey and butter in between every 3-4 eggs. And about a half a teaspoon each of honey and butter. I can't eat the honey. I can't eat the honey. You're going to be probably problems. But cut it down to a 1/4 teaspoon of honey and 2 3/4 teaspoon of butter. And I said, eat it. I don't care if you have any bad reaction. So she ate the eggs and did that. And she did it for 3 months.
Just eggs and
Her health went shot up. So then we started introducing other foods. And we had to introduce them only an ounce at a time. A new food once a week. Ounce at a time. And it took her almost, 4 or 5 weeks, sometimes 2 months, 8 to 10 weeks to get used to digesting that one extra added food. So it took her 2 years to get to be a semi-normal diet. But her husband's on the diet. And it's die-hard call it.
Calls you all the time?
Well, he does it all the time, but when there's a problem, he calls. One time he called and he said, I'm going in for a biopsy. I got a lump, and I said, Quinn, I just took a photograph of your eyes, a month ago. It doesn't look anything like tumors. I said, even if it's benign, it does not look tumors. I said, you're going to go through a biopsy, you're going to plug you, you're going to take several plugs. By the time they finish, you're likely to get cancer. So I said, it's a risk. So he would have it plugged. He called me 2 days later and said, I'm sorry. It was benign. I should have listened to you. Eggs, wonderful food. But you have to drink a vegetable juice every 3 to 5 days. It has to be one vegetable juice if you're doing that. And one vegetable juice. It's at least 12 ounces. No, that's because eggs have they have a tendency, because of a lot of people are afraid of the biotin deficiency. Now, what happens is, in my laboratory test when I was working with that chemistry, I found that the link between the biotin and the avidin caused a chemical that was attaching to biocarbon. Whenever you utilize fats in the body, there's a biocarbon left over. Or we're using pyruvate with a fat, or just using carbohydrate acetones that are made from carbohydrates. Anytime we utilize a particular fat to burn something, or carbohydrate, anything, to utilize this fuel, we have a biocarbon byproduct, a waste product, like we have, gas that comes out of the exhaust of the car. Well, the avidin and the biotin combination are excellent to handle those biocarbons. And because people eat so much cooked foods, they have a lot of more biocarbons in their system. Even cooking creates biocarbons. So, of course, people are going to show a biotin deficiency, but it has never been symptomatic in people on this diet. As long as they're eating one vegetable juice every 3 to 5 days, then there's no problem with eggs. Sometimes, if they don't have the vegetable juice, people have a tendency to get irritable with eating the eggs and get overly hungry, famished. So there's that scientist perspective problem with eggs, which really isn't a problem, and there isn't any problem with the biodeficiency as long as you're not eating cooked foods. And then there's the I can't say exactly what it is. I think that what happens is the chloroform and the chlorine in the body reduces, and to a pretty drastic level, and the vegetable juice helps raise that. That's the only thing I can find that happens in my laboratory experiments and analysis of blood and urine with eating a mainly egg diet. And the thing that is the reduction is, like I say, the chlorine, so hydrochloric acid is being minimized in digestion. And then I say, well, you don't need that much hydrochloric acid with eggs, so it's superfluous to make a lot of hydrochloric acid if you don't need it. But that's one of the things I found that was lower. Not necessarily was a bad thing, but I had to consider it. And then the biotin, the so-called biotin deficiency. And when there was just never any ill effects from an all egg diet, even without the honey and butter. It's just that you won't gain any weight on just eggs. If you add honey and butter, you won't lose any weight. Because I put some people, if they're eating an egg every half an hour to an hour, they're not going to lose weight. But if they're eating an egg every hour and a half to 2 hours, they're going to start losing weight. And if my weight loss program in the book doesn't work for you, do an egg every hour. And I do in one meat meal a day and a cup of milk before you go to sleep and a cup of milk during the night. I guarantee you will lose weight. But sometimes I like the other diet in the recipe book for weight loss because it's slower. If you go on the egg diet that I just gave you, to knock off 12 pounds in 2 weeks. I like to knock off 3 pounds a week, 4 pounds a week max. Even less. So when you go on a diet, like I just said, with lots of eggs, and 1 cup of meat a day, and 2 cups of milk, in the evening at night, you're going to lose a lot of weight quickly.
I just got the side of an animal, side of a cow, cut up as a source of meat for myself. And I got all the glands, I've been trying to eat glands for forever. I got some brain, I got some kidneys, liver, but I have no way to preserve them other than freezing them. And I'm like, how do I even, I can't get them on normal occasions. I finally get it, I'm freezing them. I get all this meat too, and I'm freezing it, so I'm like going, well, what?
How many people saw me on Ripley's Believe It or Not? Nobody.
I heard of
What do I do?
July 17th, 2002.
I'll get it with you.
I ate a whole, you have to call Ripley's.
Okay.
You can get it. They'll give you a number of people who make, I've got several people who've gotten it. But I sat there in front of a food inspector who told everybody on this who was watching the show, you will die if you do this. He is going to die. And basically that's what he said. And I sat there and I ate. I had all along the back porch outside my kitchen, overlooking all of the forest there. I had 50 jars of different glands that all had molds and parasites and bacteria, green, yellow molds, you name it, stunk like hell, and a plate of old moldy steak. And you see me eating this with burnt flies and worms and all this moldy stuff. And I had 3 other patients who were there, and they get interviewed, and you see them eating it too. And it's only like 7.5 minutes long, but it shows my whole refrigerator full of that. It's the refrigerator where I keep that high meat. I have 2 refrigerators, but they always show the one with all the high meat, so they make it look like that's all they eat. And I do have patients that's all they eat, is the high meat, the high bacterial meat, because it elevates them. It's like the Eskimos, makes them feel high. But mainly those people are people who have spent 20 to 40 years in chronic depression all their lives. And that high meat, the old moldy meat makes them feel so, stinky meat makes them feel so good. We got one guy who only eats the high meat and eats 2 pounds a day.
Wow.
He has no bad breath. And he was very antisocial. He went from different jobs, which was dealing with people, very antisocial by the time he was 23, and became a landscape artist, so he didn't have to deal with people. After 2 years on the diet like that, he has 5 girlfriends and all knockout looking, and he's a bear, you know, this big bear. And, you know, he's an okay, he's about a 6 out of a 10 for a man, you know, and he's got these gorgeous model girls now. So and he eats all this garbage, you know, I mean, not all this garbage, all this high, stinky, so-called rotten meat, never goes rotten unless it's cooked, never putrefies unless it's cooked. Those bacteria, those enzymes and parasites just pre-digest it. So he's eating pre-digested meat. He couldn't eat meat before. He wasn't digesting it. He wasn't breaking it down into the finest molecules. His E. coli wasn't working properly. So he was chronically depressed because his nervous system could never get nutrified. It would never be nurtured. He eats the high meat, pre-digested.
Did he take some like E. coli? Did he do some TP for E. coli too?
He did that prior to eating a lot of high meat to help infuse that, but the high meat works for him. You know, he may have some kind of poison in his, like I did in my large intestine, that created such a problem. Oh, I didn't cover parasites and bacteria in whole, in detail. So I should do that. Did you want to ask me a question?
I vacuum pack my meat. That's what I could deal with large amounts of meat, and it keeps it working normal.
Absolutely. I kept meat for
Yeah, refrigerated.
refrigerated. Yep.
Vacuum pack
I kept it up to a year. I have some. Y2K was coming around. They never thought it was going to happen because I was a programmer. That's bullshit. So I think they were just milking people. Programmers were taking advantage of all these companies. I liked that. I liked them doing it, so I was going to pull this along. But I knew there was going to be no Y2K. But people were asking me about preserving meat. So a friend of mine hunted a deer, so I butchered it for them, and I kept part of the meat. And I put it in, some I put in peanut oil, and some I put in olive oil, and some I put in kefir, and some I just put in buttermilk and plain milk. And I still have all of them today, and that's 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
In the refrigerator?
No, out of the refrigerator.
You can still eat that
You
meat.
can put them in the refrigerator without any preservative in it, and they will keep. I've had them up to a year. But this is out of the refrigerator, and they're still good.
Are you eating them?
No, because I want to see how long they'll last. So I look at them and make sure to see if anything's decomposing or changing. Nothing has. The idea I got that from, I think I wrote it in the milk report that I wrote. It was in William Campbell Douglas' books called The Milk Book.
Yeah.
He talked about the scientists that preserved milk, the raw meat for 10 years by putting buttermilk at the top of the jar. Kept it for 10 years. I want to see he's right. But it's been 6 years.
And in the
Still
refrigerator,
good.
how do you keep in the
Just
refrigerator?
with the top on
In a mason jar.
it. Yeah, the mason jar. Only when you expose it to oxygen. That's how I say you have to make high meat. You have to keep opening it, putting fresh air in it to get it to start decomposing. If you never open it, the meat uses up the available oxygen, and once it's gone, the bacteria, if they're aerobic bacteria that mainly work on it. And unless you're airing it, it's not going to decompose. It's just going to stay. So I had that meat for a year, and I ate that meat a year later. Didn't have a stink to it, nothing. A year.
So it's okay to use the vacuum packing with the plastic and...
Yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah, it's okay if it's refrigerated.
Okay.
If it's frozen, it's not.
The plastic leaks into
Pardon?
so the formaldehyde is not leaking into.
Well, you don't put the meat should not touch the plastic.
Well, how is it
As refrigerated, you still fill the jar all the way.
Oh, you're in a jar, you're not gonna have.
I thought you-
a plastic bag.
Oh, you're freezing it, you're
No,
keeping yours in plastic
Well,
bag?
I mean, when I
Yeah.
have too much,
Yeah.
I vacuum pack it in the plastic.
I've seen that. I don't like the odor.
Yeah, that's got a little bit of an.
I don't like the odor because it is some of that phthalates gassing into the meat.
Okay.
And when I've had that, I've taken good well water and rinsed off and shaved the meat oil on the outside so I don't get the phthalates into the meat.
But as an alternative to that, you're saying put it in a jar and pack it kind of tight.
Yeah, they've got those vacuum packers, you know, that suck the air out.
Oh,
Jars.
I didn't know that.
That's what I thought you were talking about.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
They're touchy. Is that what you do with your meat when you order it?
I eat it within 2 weeks, so I don't go through all that. I just put it in in my glass jars.
Oh, you take it out of the wrapper when you get it and put it in your glass jar.
Let me show you.
North Star Bars, they won't throw it away too. Well, they will, but they can put it first.
See this? I cut it in thin strips, put it in a jar, plenty of air space, and just do not open it until I'm ready to eat it. And if I open it, this is beef. And what I will do is I'll eat this in 2 meals, so this is the one for 1 day for me.
And you got that,
2 pounds.
you got that shipped to you that came in the plastic?
No, I got that here at what store is it? I've even eaten mad cow. No, I don't have a problem. I had a girlfriend that lived in Paris. So from 93 to 96 and a half, I went to Paris 3 months a year. And I was eating out of Carrefour supermarkets while I was in Paris. Because there was no other source of meat there. You know, when you get out to, out around Normandy or St. Laurent, those areas, you can get, good wild butchered meat everywhere. But in Paris, the only thing that was available was Carrefour supermarkets. And when I wouldn't marry her, she broke up with me. So on my trip home on the airline, there was an article that said that Carrefour supermarkets had been supplying the beef from the mad cow herds, since I had been eating it. So I thought, I wonder if it's going to affect me. But here it's 10 years later and I still have a problem. So, didn't turn out to be a problem. That doesn't mean that I'm advocating eating low quality meat because there'll be less nutrients in it. I'm just saying you can't starve. You have to eat the best you can.
On the newsletter, it seems at the store that,
Pardon?
Can you put the meat in the sour milk if you put a cap on it?
Yes.
It's just sitting out.
Yeah, in a cupboard, dark cupboard.
A dark color.
Yeah, if you put it in light, it will change it, alter it, yeah. A dark cool cupboard. Yeah, that's, let's see, then you let it
I thought
open.
William Campbell Douglas, I thought, because I learned it from there too, I thought, oh, great.
No, they had a lid on that, they had a lid on that meat. They had a lid on that buttermilk.
Are you changing the buttermilk out every couple of days? So that it...
No, there was a lid on it.
Okay.
It wasn't open for that 10 years.
Okay.
He didn't open it until that 10 years had
How do you
expired.
know that? It didn't say that in the book.
Well, it's from something that, I think it was from a friend of Vladimir Stephenson.
Okay, that's right.
And when I was going through the material in Dartmouth, I found it there also.
Okay.
And I think that's where William Campbell Douglas got it too. But I don't remember what report that was in, or what book. No, Stephenson's. I don't know which one it was. So it's easier for me to reference Douglas's work than Stephenson. Yes. Let me tell you my experiment that I did. I took 14 animals and I put them on frozen meat, half of them on frozen meat and half of them on fresh meat. Same meat, same animal, same cut, same cuts, because we fed them, different ones. Fed them frozen, one group frozen, the other fresh, it's not frozen, for, what was this, almost 13 to 14 weeks. Within 6 weeks, all of them had signs of skin disorders that were eating the frozen meat. Within 10 weeks, all of them had pronounced skin disorders. One of them looked like he had scabies. And the ones that ate the same meat, and that's all they got. They got meat. They didn't get bone. They didn't get milk, they didn't get egg, they didn't get honey, they didn't get butter. That was all they ate was meat, frozen or unfrozen. Those that ate it unfrozen had no problems at all, and even their coats were shiny and lustrous still. I expected that they would get dry, but even at the end of the 13, 14 weeks, their coats were not dry just by eating the raw meat. It was New Zealand. This was one of the last experiments I did in '93. And then what I did, I said, okay, I'm going to take the 7 that are ill, and I'm going to put them on butter, frozen and unfrozen. So I put 4 of them on the frozen butter and 3 of them on the unfrozen butter. I took 2 of the unhealthiest and put it in the group of 3 for the unfrozen, non-frozen butter, and 4 of them for the frozen butter. The 3 in the non-frozen healed 3 to 5 times faster than the 4 that had the frozen butter. So nobody can tell me that freezing butter does not alter it. And Sally Fallon, and I love her dearly, and she's a sweet person, and Mark McAfee are lying to you when they say there's no difference. How the fuck do they know? They didn't do any tests. And I just chewed up Sally and Mark for that on the internet, and Sally came back and said, well, I'm going to have some of our people eat frozen and non-frozen milk and see if there's a difference. So I have found that it is true. Show me a test that shows differently, because that's a pretty good test. 3 to 5 times faster, healed from their skin disorders. They got no meat. Yeah, that was all I gave them. All they got was butter. And it only took 4 weeks. Yeah, it only took 4 weeks for all of them to heal. But the ones who ate the non-frozen butter were healed in 10 to 12 days.
Does McAfee freeze the butter before he ships it?
Oh, yes.
So it's all frozen.
His milk is put at 32 degrees once it comes out of the cow.
His milk is.
His milk, everything that comes out of his cows hits 32 degrees. And most of it is frozen as it's transported. In L.A., most of it arrives at the store partially frosted.
Because then when you do that, then it's the particles separate. That's the goat's milk down here. They do that, and it's yucky. It doesn't taste good.
I've tried to talk Mark into it. He wants to do things his way. He won't listen to me. So, that's him. That's why we get ours. We're right there in California. We truck ours all the way from Pennsylvania. He won't touch his milk.
Really?
He won't touch his dairy.
Wow.
We get our milk from Aajonus Miller in Pennsylvania.
Wow.
Near Philadelphia. Every week we have a truck that comes all the way from Birmingham, Pennsylvania, all the way to Los Angeles.
Wow. You might have a big co-op to support that.
Oh, yeah.
The same thing
Yeah.
Are they on the internet? No.
I think is he on your list?
He's on my list.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes, I get my cheese from him too.
World cheddar.
Do we have butter?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where we get ours.
Okay, I forgot to do the bacteria parasite thing.
Yeah.
People have always said, have you found any bacteria that's bad for the human body? I have to admit, no, I haven't. Any parasites that are bad for the human body? Only one that I know of, and it goes up the urinary tract when you pee in the Amazon River. And it's very small. It's about the size of a very small, thin, pin-sized worm. And while you're urinating, it will go into your urethra, whether you're a man or a woman, and it grows like a fish. And it's got a spine on it, so it locks itself in there. And I saw one removed, and it went from being this thing that you could hardly see, and it can only get in your urethra when you're urinating. So if you're urinating in the Amazon River, it's going to get in you if you're urinating, but otherwise it can't get in you. But it's very quick, and it goes right in, smells, and that's what it gets into fish while they're urinating. It goes right into their gill or their urinary tract, wherever it is. They smell the ammonia, and they just speed right toward the ammonia. And if they hit a brick wall, it's like a sperm hitting an egg that's already been penetrated by another sperm. It bounces off of it. But if it's open, it can get in there. And that parasite grew that big when it was taken out of this penis. It's this big and thick. All these spines just look like a fish. Gross. Pulling out. That's the only one. Yeah, that's the only one that I've ever seen as bad. Yeah, somebody mentioned trichinosis. Somebody said trichinosis. Okay. If you read in this book, I quote the endocrinology, he's a gastroenterologist. His name is Joel Weinstock, Dr. Joel Weinstock at Iowa University. About 16 years ago, he grew up on a farm, and he saw the farms at Iowa University, which is a major agricultural area because it's a farming state. And he noticed that the pigs at the university were very unhealthy. So he did different gastrointestinal tests on them and found out they had no normal whipworm. They didn't have trichinosis. He thought, I wonder if I give them trichinosis, if they'll get healthy. So he gave them trichinosis. He went in and got pigs on a farm, got the whipworm out of the intestines, bred it, gave the eggs to these pigs. They got trichinosis, and they got healthy and happy. He said, the human, all archaeological finds of humans show that the human had trichinosis millions of years. It's just that in the last 10,000 years, where the trichinosis has been sporadic in the remains of humans. So maybe humans have a problem because they don't have trichinosis anymore. So he went to the FDA and said, I'd like to do an examination. I'd like to do a test with 6 of my patients. Here are the patients. Here's their history and background. The FDA says, every one of them has to have been treated with medical therapy and have been useless for at least 10 years. He said, the youngest one of these has been treated for 10 years without results, and other ones up to 32 years. 6 of them. So he got permission. So he took the whipworm and diluted the eggs out of it, put the eggs in Gatorade. Gatorade is highly alkalinizing, so it neutralized all the hydrochloric acid, so it didn't break down the eggs. Now, I tried to give all kinds of parasites to myself over the years, but I didn't need hydrochloric acid. I don't have the hydrochloric acid in here anyway. But I never thought about it alkalinizing into the small intestines, too. So all this time I was eating all these parasites and never getting them. All I had to do was put it in vegetables, something highly alkalinizing, to allow the eggs to get rooted into the intestinal walls. It would have been perfect. So he did it in 1 week. 5 of the 6 completely stopped, so they were asymptomatic of their inflammatory bowel syndrome. And I don't mean irritable bowel syndrome, I mean inflammatory bowel syndrome, that no matter what they ate or drank, they had severe cramping, gas, diarrhea, or vomiting. They lived that way, one as long as 32 years. And having that whipworm, that trichinosis, 1 week, all symptoms gone. However, because their systems were so toxic, within 5 months, those whipworms were all poisoned to death. Of course, they didn't change their diet or anything either. So the whipworms are gone, and they were back to Dr. Joel Weinstock asking for more trichinosis. So there's your answer about trichinosis. Okay? And I've been using it. I go to Amos and I say, I need the small intestines of a pig. I've got people who are constipated. One man who was constipated for 62 years. And even on this raw diet. he still had constipation. He would go every day or every other day, but he would still be very hard in the beginning. So I had him eat an inch section of the small intestine, and he ate that in November, and to this day he still doesn't have constipation.
Whoa.
Is that the same thing as like people call chitlin?
Yeah. Tripe, chitlin, yeah. Mexicans call it tripe, and you call it chitlin. Now, what happened to me was 2 years ago, I was in Cambodia, in Vietnam, and that's when I was, studying this bird thing, and also looking at the health, because I visited the hospitals and was visiting. Mainly, I wanted to see young birthing mothers. So I was looking at an older birthing mothers, women who had infants or babies. I wanted to see the health of their abdominal region. Children who were having babies at 16 to 20 years old had plasticized stomachs. All of these stretch marks, but they were actually glossy and shiny like plastic from their diets now, of all this plastic that they're taking to other countries and getting away with it. And again, to me, it's genocide. And the mother, that could be 50 years old, had 6 kids, no stretch marks and beautiful. So that's what I was watching. Well, I was there a little bit longer than I intended, because in Bangkok and in Thailand, I get vegetable juice almost anywhere. And I was very thirsty for some vegetable juice. Only vegetable juice I could find in Cambodia and Vietnam was sugar cane juice. The juice are right there on the street. So I went and had, that guy has some vegetable juice. So I had 2 ounces. No sugar reaction. So I went back the next day, I had 4 ounces. No sugar reaction. Next day I went back and had 8 ounces. No sugar reaction. Next day 16 ounces. No sugar reaction. The next day a quart. No sugar reaction. Wait a minute, how do they make sugar? They boil it 450 to 700 degrees to release the sugar from the cellulose. So all I'm getting is the same thing I am from celery. No sugar, but I'm getting this juice. So I was able to drink it, and I thought, that also reminds me, and this is mainly what the detoxification book is about, anything that you've eaten in your life cooked, the byproducts of that food are still in your body. Because there's no way to recycle it. There's no bacteria, there's no fermentation bacteria, nothing, no molds, no bacteria, no anything will go in there and eat up that used supplement, that used product, and recycle it and get it out of the body. So I realized this back in 1979 when I started fermenting foods that I used to eat. And I would ferment them and drink the fermented juices from them. So I decided to do this with, and you only have to do that, a little bit at a time, because it can be pretty hairy it can get if you're not careful. Because, I think that I would infallible sometimes, because I don't even science so long. But even I am not infallible to this day. So I fermented. Now, I used to eat cereal like this, and I was sugar-free. So if I ate a bowl of cereal like Sugar Crisp, which is already terribly sweetened, I put 2 to 4 heaping tablespoons of sugar on it. Okay. I was like Hitler. Hitler put 2 tablespoons in his wine on top of his cake. I loved sweet things. I was diabetic, so I loved it. So I knew that I always drank a lot of milk with my sugar and grain. So I decided to ferment a little bit of grain, floured grain, with milk and this, and I did them separately, the milk separately with the grain, and then the powdered grain, and then the sugar cane juice. Fermented them until it was so fermented that the alcohol burned my nose. So I drank 3/4 of a quart, 3 cups one day. Big mistake. Big mistake. I had hives and welts all over down in this area, and it was coming out all over the place. It went into my bones, and that's what started taking apart my bones. And that lasted for about a year. And all that sugar started dumping, and I got diarrhea for weeks from it, not constant. And then within a few days of that detoxification started, I noticed a section of tapeworm. Now, I've never been able to harbor a parasite at all because of all the chemo and radiation that I had. If they go in to eat any of my abdominal tissue, they'll get poisoned because I have all the direct radiation, the surgery, and the pure bone, the violate, the mercury, everything, all in this area. So I've never been able to get a parasite. So here I'm looking, I had a full party, and I've been Hanoi in a hotel loaded with, hives, and I can't even leave the hotel because every hour it's just keep from scratching my skin off, and then coated with refrigerated, tomato or cucumber, and every hour I'd use tomato 1 hour, the next hour, it took an hour before I was going to start taking my skin off. Next hour would be cucumber, refrigerated cucumber. Next hour would be a cold bath with vinegar and tomato things. So that's what I did every hour. I had to do one of those, keep me going crazy. So I had this tapeworm in there. I thought, how wonderful, I've got a parasite. But what's a parasite doing in me? They only live in people who eat only cereals. Like the third world people that they give, oh, we're going to go feed them what? Cereal, garbage food with condensed milk, that I talked about earlier. They have the tapeworms. So here I'm saying, wait a minute, I eat all this meat, what am I doing with the tapeworm? And I realized I just got all this fermented stuff, and that's what I'm detoxifying. So they're in there eating all this sugar product that's coming out of my body, crystals of it. And then about 3 weeks later, it must have been 3 weeks later, I was back in Thailand, and I got this craving for onion. Who sits down and eats half an onion? I hate onion. I mean, I like it just the flavor, but onion can get overpowering for me. So, a little bitty thin slice in a whole jar of meat like that, as long as butter and tomatoes and something in it to dilute, this all makes me happy. Here I ate a half of an onion, and the next morning I had diarrhea, and this shot out 45 to 47 feet of the tapeworm. And he's all folded up like this, sitting in the toilet. So I got it out quickly, holding him so I don't break him into pieces, because they're all in sections. It's like a bunch of little noodles, flat noodles, and they're all moving. And they can move independently, and they can breathe independently. So I laid them out on this wood floor, running up down the floor, trying to stick, because they shrink fast. They dehydrate and shrink fast. So I had to measure him before, he dried up too much. So he's probably about 50 feet. By the time I got to measure him, he was about 45.
What color?
White.
White?
Yeah, off-white. When they shrivel up, they look like a piece of rice. And all dried and shriveled up. But inside, they look like a flat needle.
So did you just have to in your body and the sugar triggered it? And it's good.
Yeah, everybody has all those
So
parasites
the sugar
inside.
is what made it.
Right. I was detoxing all that toxic sugar. There was a part deteriorating tissue along with it.
So you're sorry that you did that?
Eating it, well, I was sorry that I ate the onion until I saw another week later, another section, and it was moving, and then a few days later, another section. I think still around, still alive. He was around for about 4.5 to 6 months, 5 months, I guess, and then that was it. I had another diarrhea, shot out about 50 feet, maybe a little bit more, and that was it. Haven't seen him since. But since the day that he showed up, I hadn't had constipation. When I was a child, starting from about the age of 2, I started getting so congested in the bowel that I only went every 3 to 5 days. So anytime it came out the size of my fist, even when I was a little boy. So I always bled, sometimes a half a cup of blood. They just ripped me to pieces. And it would come out fast and hard because I force it out. Because if I let it come out slowly, it was like granite. It was just scratchy. And it just hurt so badly that I had to just take that force and push it out in order to do that. So when I went on to this raw diet, I go every day, several times a day, but that first one, that was the first one of the day, was still big. Not as big as it used to be, but still big enough to cause tear in the rectum. Since I had that parasite, I haven't had it once. My fecal matter never gets larger than my two thumbs together. And that tapeworm did it for me. So I was very happy with him. Very happy. So, don't be afraid of anything in nature. You've got to be afraid of man's industrial pollution. That is the greatest disease promoter. Cooked foods does cause disease in all animals in pests. So you've got a problem there. But don't exacerbate it into the state that it is with the industrial pollution. Because that's, people didn't get cancer even on cooked diets. Cancer was not a thing that they got until the revolution of building armor. And the people who got cancer were the people who were working with metals. The blacksmiths, most of them got lung cancer, or liver cancer, or pancreatic cancer. So it wasn't until we started messing around with heavy pollutants. Of course, there were some tribes that went around drinking and eating clays that had too much arsenic in it, or too much, what's the other one? Not barium. It's a cadmium. Too much cadmium in a yellowish kind of clay. Well, they were using it for body paint. It was causing pancreatic cancer. But it's always some kind of pollution that is involved in cancer. It is not a cooked diet that causes cancer. Cancer causes a lot of other diseases. So anybody who has cancer, you know that there's some poison in the system. Let me give you an example. A year ago, I lost a cancer patient that I never thought I'd lose. She came to me about 36 years old. She was very thin, but very willing to do the diet. She gained about 25 pounds, which was okay. She was your size at the biggest. That was okay. I would like to have gone more, especially now. Because when it took her 2 years on the diet to go into a heavy detoxification, the breast was still very slowly developing its tumors or its hardness. Didn't get larger, but it started getting harder. And then she started going into her detoxification. 90% of the people, which is, like 5 out of 100, I lose to the inability of them to stop eating because they're vomiting all the time. They can't keep anything down. So what I do is I take their vomit and analyze the vomit to see what it was that is the pollution in their body that caused the cancer. So I sent it off to the laboratory, and the head of the laboratory called me from St. Louis, and he said, or Missouri, and he said, somebody's poisoning your patient. I said, what do you mean? He says, she has 3,000 times the lethal dose of thallium in her system. Thallium, for those of you who don't know, is an organic mineral, or inorganic, depending on how you treat it. In our soil, it's an element that is soft, almost as soft as lead, and almost as toxic as mercury. She had 3,000 times the lethal dose of thallium in 1 4-ounce vomit. She was a jewelry maker. She never wore a mask. It would burn her. Remember I talked about the Black Plague, what it did? And for her, all that thallium collected. She never wore gloves. And with all that metal, the thallium went into her system. And it buried itself in the breast and the lymph glands up here and here. So by the time she got to the end of that detoxification, that those almost 2.5 months of constant vomiting, she was able to eat until the last 2 weeks, some foods, but then she started losing weight in the last 2 weeks and unable to eat. If she had just been able to withstand another week, she had another 10 pounds on her, I think that she would have made it, because all of the cancer of the breast stopped just before she got it. It had gone to the liver. She didn't have enough fat, so it was eating her body up. She didn't have enough fat on her body to continue that detoxification process. So all the melting of the tissue here and those acids went into the liver and hardened and killed the liver. That was it. So get fat if you have an inkling of cancer. Get as fat as you can, because you're going to go into a time when you're going to start detoxing and vomiting, and then you collect it, and you have it. It's cost me $2,200 per sample to test it, and it's well worth it, because if I know what metals in your body, I know what I can use to chelate with it and get it out of the system. So if anybody who wants to see you as cancer, and if they vomit, save that vomit. Not the first vomit, keep your vomit. The more it gets out, the more your poisons will dump. So, if you're going into a vomiting spree, let's say the third or fourth or fifth vomit of the day, that's the one I want. And I can use all of them, but that one will give me the biggest picture of what it is. And another fellow, his father had pancreatic cancer, and I said, well, if you want to know what it was, get the pancreas and have it analyzed. Came back as high manganese. Manganese. Clue how he got in his body. And if you look on the internet and you find out a toxic level of manganese, like we also cadmium, and both of them apply to tumors of the kidney and pancreas, laboratory ones. So, bacteria, parasites, your best friend. Molds, another way that the body cleans, molds. Especially if you're dealing with antibiotics that you took. They live in the joints. When they come out the nails. They come out the joints. The hives, a lot of times when hives come out of the body, it has to do with a mold or a mixture of molds and bacteria. I've never seen molds and parasites mixed. I've seen molds and bacteria, fungus, all fungus, yeast or mold. They're all fungus. So molds and yeast are fungus. So fungus are good for you, even though it's not comfortable and doesn't look good and it stinks. It's all good. Yeast infections are all good. They clean out certain toxicity, tissue that has been damaged by something that they normally. Viruses are not alive. So this whole notion that they're contagious is absolutely bull. How can something that's not alive be contagious? It's absurd. I never found anything to be contagious unless it's crabs. Because they live in yeast, because they live on the skin. So they can feed directly on the skin, but a bacteria and a parasite lives in the body. It feeds on what's in the body, not on the surface. So it cannot get in and make its way through a channel that it doesn't normally go. It has to go directly into that area. So I don't know anything besides crabs and yeast infections that live on the skin are contagious. The virus are protein bodies and structures that disassemble particles. There are about 50,000 viruses in the human body. Somewhere around 92,000 viruses in birds. Why? Because viruses usually work in a toxic environment. They cannot utilize bacteria or parasites. and molds to eat up the toxicity in the body. So the body makes a soap out of these protein combinations that will dissolve finite particulates. Let's say you've got a toxic liver. Your body can make 4 varieties or 5 varieties of hepatitis between a toxic liver that can no longer utilize a liver parasite or bacteria to decompose the damaged tissue. So go in and dissolve it with a virus, hepatitis. So it's a finite. So intracellularly, you have all of these different organs and glands inside the cell. So it's a macrocosm of ours, or microcosm of our macrocosm. So they have all of these intestinal parts. Those viruses may be for a specific part of that inside of that cell. In a cell, on a cellular level, they never last more than 72 hours. The detox is over. For us, going through a 3-day flu is rough enough. Imagine them going through a 3-day flu, which it is. That flu's over, it's gone. That particular virus will not occur for maybe ever in that cell's life, ever, even if that cell lives 50 years. It will never, may never have that, need that virus again for that particular particle of that part of that cell's body. So, the problem though with viruses is that it's like any cleaning compound. What do you have to use with a cleaning compound?
Elbow grease.
Water. Water. And if you look at an archaeological book, what is the first element that it calls solvent? Natural solvent. Water. What is the job of water? It rains, it dissolves earth, rock, plants eat it. Water dissolves, water melts, water disassembles, water degenerates, water causes molds, all kinds of creatures to come into being. Rusting is a fungus of different metals, metallic minerals. You know, iron, cadmium, any of your oxides combined with the mineral. Iodine. Those will all rust in combination with water. When it contains water, it turns into a fungus, and that's what rust is. Fungus, rust is a fungus. It deteriorates. Now for plants, rust is a good thing, unless it's from a cooked, burned, molten metal. Then it can become very toxic. That's why around volcanic ash, only certain plants can survive. Because when that organic ash breaks down, it's a rust that destroys most plants. And in us, it's just as bad. So if you've got it tampered with metallic metal in your body, and you take it as a supplement, like an iron supplement, it's heat processed and sterilized. When it rusts, it's not going to help you with any blood iron deficiency. It's a whole myth. It's going to put a metal in your body that will rust and contaminate you, and destroy tissue around, and even become carcinogenic. So any metallic mineral supplement is a dangerous one to take. So, water dissolves and causes molds, funguses, rust, and all kinds of things, disassemble. With protein particles called virus, gets in there, breaks something down, and dilutes it in all this fluid. What happens if I take, this is, let's say, a garage, and I've got grease all over the floor here, and I take a solvent with water, and I break up all this grease all over the floor, and what do I have a bucket of at the end? Toxic, grease-filled bucket of a chemical solvent and water. I've got all this contaminated waste. How is the body going to get enough nutrients to handle and neutralize all of that toxicity? Very difficult. That's why when somebody says, or a doctor says, you have viral meningitis, you're in trouble. because there's massive swelling because of the fluid buildup. If you have bacterial meningitis, you'll most likely live. Why is that? They'll still shove antibiotics into the person. And that bacteria is going in there to eat up the waste. Why? Does it have very little swelling? Because when bacteria and parasites eat toxic flesh, its waste is reduced to a fraction of what it ate. It's like you can eat 14 pounds of food in a day and have a bowel movement of only a pound the next day, or even less. Parasites can eat 100 times their waste and have a feces movement of 1% of that. Bacteria can do it about 5 to 15%. Reduce it. So if they ate 100 pounds, they'd have about a 15 pound, at the heaviest, 15 pound bowel movement. Hey, that's a preferable way. Because what we've done is reduce the waste product. Our bodies don't have to spend so much nutrient and exhaustion and energy getting rid and getting exhausted by putting all that energy into neutralizing that much waste matter as you do when you have virus. So, virus is your last ditch cleansing. So if any animal has a virus, you can better believe that they've been feeding that animal toxic substance. And they feed almost all fowl arsenic. We grow 8,700 tons of birds each year in this country. 90% of them are fed arsenic. Now, I've got an article that I wrote. The first Primal Diet newsletter comes out on Monday. And it talks about that, and it tells you which creatures are being fed, which stores, whether it's Smart Chicken feeds their arsenic. You know? Yep. And, you look at the different chickens that you're getting. Now, I go for Rocky Junior or Rocky Chicken. They don't feed there's any arsenic. So there's none detectable, so you have the MD there. And there are some others. But then you have to talk about, are they feeding them soy? And that's a conjoining article that I have in the newsletter. It talks about what happens if they feed the chickens or fowl soy. So you have to find out if the less soy, the better. So the article talks about that. Now this first newsletter is free. It will go out to anybody on my email list. And you just click on to the website that will hold the document. I'll just have a paragraph about each article that will be there. After that, you will have to become a subscriber to the newsletter because I spend so much research and time, I need to get something back for it. And it's something like $80 a year. It's on my website, so I've done contracts with it.
The chicken produced from the Arctic said,
And they feed it back to cows?
Back to cows. It's also legal to apply for organic farmland. It is routinely applied for organic farmland that's legal.
Yeah. FDA and USDA is virus, last ditch effort to clean the body in a very toxic way to cleanse the body, but it's still cleansing.
The biggest threat in medical profession that virus lives outside the body.
Absolutely the most ridiculous thing in the world. How can it live? Every biochemical book you get into says the viruses are not alive. They're a protein structure. They have no signs of life. They don't breed. They don't reproduce. If you take a petri dish and you put it in a nurturing environment where cells can breed and breed, you put a certain number of virus in there, you'll never see another virus reproduce. There is not one added to it. As soon as you put cells in there, all of a sudden you'll find new virus. Now, why is that? Because the environment that they're eating is a man-produced nutrient environment. It's a toxic chemical environment. Not normally what the cells breed into. So it destroys, it's sterile. It destroys any bacteria or parasites of a microscopic level. So the cells go to help themselves by creating virus. So they create an environment. That's all that can help those cells is a viral reactivity. But the viruses do not multiply unless cells are there, because the cells are the one that's making the soap, the solvent. So you have to look at the facts, and you look at, it's like some Hollywood bad beat movie writer got into this situation who doesn't have a lot of logic, doesn't step all the way to the beginning and the end of it. And he should get paid like a beat writer, which is poorly. So, okay, any other questions? Yes?
You referenced before about a person having a meat meal to sit in your stomach.
Cut out the juice, vegetable juice, and you have honey if you can eat it, or you eat some pineapple or some papaya. Something with enzymes that will help you digest that meat.
Don't you need juice to balance your acid alkaline?
It depends upon the individual. If the only one you can have is the first juice in the morning is your alkalinizer, that's fine. But if you have any other part of the day, if you're not digesting, then whatever you've eaten before that, or that particular meal you're not digesting, you have to look at those two meals. There's something you may not be digesting. It may be right within that food that's sitting there that you're not digesting. Maybe you put something with the meat that you're not digesting. Yes.
And,
Should always be asked.
okay, so when you say that, I know yours is because you said that your body will put the oxygen because you got your vagus nerve cut. How about have you tested other people?
Yep. On the diet, babies, children, on the diet,
What pH?
all acid. Pardon?
What pH would you get an normal reading if the saliva was out?
It all depends upon the individual. It's always slightly on the acid side.
Like
Mine is higher.
Below 6 or below 7 or?
I've seen it. They're 4.5, worst.
The whole thing about cancer is it goes in an acid pH.
Yes, but that's the virus again. It's the solvent reaction. Because bacteria and parasites won't get into a thallium-rich or a benzene-rich environment. They can't survive. So your body uses a viral-type solvent to dissolve that tissue. Of course, the acid is going to go way up during that kind of environment.
But they also say that cancer cells die when you alkalinize them.
No, that is so much bullshit.
I mean, they do in a petri dish or whatever, that's what they say.
Well, in a petri dish, but you don't have a normal environment in a petri dish. I've seen literally hundreds of people come from the Optimum Health Institute, tumors growing like crazy.
Really?
From all over alkalinization.
Wow.
I remember one person they sent to me had multiple myeloma, a 76-year-old woman. And they had treated her even down into the way she went from the Optimal Health Institute to ISIL clinic.
Right.
And ISIL was a famous scientist that, had kind of a vaccine kind of work. And he was, let's say somewhere around 56% of the people he treated were able to recover from their cancers. Okay. That's a pretty high rate for a medical professional. And normally, 17% live over 6 years on after treatment by the medical profession. 17%. That's why I use that 5-year cutoff. 5 years they healed you. What happens is the next day and the next year, 90% of those come down with cancer again. But because you went 5 years, that's why they make that 5-year cutoff. You were healed by it. I beg your pardon? Well, you should have been statistics to help you, can't you? But that's what happened. So she came to me on her way up to San Jose, stopped in Los Angeles from Mexico from that clinic. And I put her on the diet in 2 weeks. No, nothing alkaline, but a little bit of juice for her. And lots of meat and lots of, honey and dairy. All of her signs of cancer completely reversed. And in 30 days, ISIL himself took a trip to see me and thanked me and said your work was phenomenal.
Yeah, he
Dr.
died.
Joseph
Right?
ISIL, yeah, he died a year later after he congratulated me and thanked me. because he was watching, he wanted that patient to live.
Wow.
He was involved with her, so he loved that person. He was a good friend, not just he had a wife. So, yeah, I mean, for her to reverse that condition, he was blown away. All acid. You don't look at those markers. You don't pay any attention to those markers.
So it's almost like you don't want to ever second guess what the body is doing, because what it's doing is trying to create health, even if it's, whatever those readings are, it's always doing it on its
The
own.
best it can with the condition
Yeah.
and with what you're giving it.
Right.
So like I say, if you're melting in the body from cancer, you need as much minerals as you can get, as much calcium as you can get to bind with that acid so it doesn't keep eating away your body.
Right. Okay.
That's what it is. So cheeses, dairy, They even have to keep away from, much of the meat. But you eat tons of dairy. I don't care if it's a gallon of dairy a day with butter and cheese, just keep doing that to alkalinize all that stuff if it's broken your skin. If it hasn't broken your skin, you're not really melting away yet. If it's breast cancer. If it's broken the skin, you better believe your body's already melting and dissolving the tumors. And then you better have plenty of calcium in your body, plenty of minerals to bind with.
I really love the coconut milk. Is it okay drinking like not coconut milk?
Coconut water.
Cream.
Coconut cream.
Is it okay to drink 8 ounces of that?
As long as, if you're going to eat 8 ounces of that a day, remember it goes into a solvent, so as you're melting, it's going to help you dissolve, make more to dissolve that matter. So you better eat tremendous amounts of cheese with it. Okay? Or cheese within, if it's already in your stomach and you're eating coconut cream, it's going to be fine.
Coconut cream.
Yeah. Or you can put the coconut cream in your milk to flavor it. There you go. Fine. Yes.
Ask you about casein.
Casein, yeah, it's a protein in milk. And a lot of people are allergic to it when it's cauterized. It turns into glass. People can't break it down and digest it. It doesn't link with its normal minerals and other related conjunctions like vitamin D. So it's a free radical when it's from pasteurized or cooked dairy at all. So about 80% or 98% of the people who are allergic to pasteurized dairy are not allergic to the casein in raw dairy. 2% of them still will be allergic because they've collected that casein in their body from the pasteurized dairy products over the years, and when they eat the raw dairy, it starts a detoxification of the old casein. So it seems like the fresh dairy is causing them an allergic reaction, but it's not. If you have swelling of the eyes and mouth and tongue, that's an allergy to the raw milk. So you have to be careful of that. If you have intestinal cramping within 10-15 minutes after drinking the milk, you have an allergy to the lactate in the milk. So, lactose in the milk. So you got a milk sugar digestive problem. So you just have to pay attention there. And like I said in the book, if you have 4 ounces a day, you can get through that, 4 ounces a day for 3 months, 4 months. You'll break that. You'll have detoxified all the old casein, and you're fine. However, if you have swelling of the mouth and tongue and eyes, about a tablespoon a day, an eyedropper a day, for 3 to 6 months before you can break that allergy. But I've never found anybody except one infant that was allergic to milk beyond 6 months. Thousands of people. Yes. I just talked about that. Yeah. I said if you have stomach cramping, you've got a lactose intolerance, or your eyes swell or mouth swell. That's either a lactose or a casein. Yeah, right. Yeah. That doesn't apply in raw. It only applies with cooked. Yes. Any questions? Okay, we're going to move on to the mini consults. How many people are getting mini consults? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll be quick. It's about 10 minutes now. Do people have recorders to record it? So you have a recorder. Anybody else? If you don't have do you have a recorder and you're having it done? So there are 3 people that don't have recorders. Find a partner that will write this information. They can write fast because I talk fast. Okay? You're going to need to write it down. There's a lot of people that need to move fast. Why do you have to leave first?
Well, we were,
Okay, you have to leave. Who was it?
yeah.
You have to leave fast because?
And this lady over here, she's left her mom up in Mars Hill all day.
Okay.
If you want to get back.
So I'll do her first. Yes. Thank you. I'm going to steal some of this chair here. Let James go then. Okay. Yeah, it's on white and red, and it's clicking numbers. Okay, the left ovary is pretty sound. The left adrenal gland is only functioning by 10%. It's probably got about 40% dead tissue in there. So there's some kind of chemistry in those keeping that gland from producing and working properly. Right? The size of the pancreas is about 85% dead, so that's a problem. Left thyroid excellent, parathyroid's excellent, tonsil area okay. Right ovary is in pretty good shape. The right adrenal gland is only working by 30%, but it's in good shape. So it must be some kind of chemistry in the adrenal. This is the right side of the pancreas, and it's about only 25% dead, so that's pretty good. Right thyroid is okay, parathyroid is pretty good, tonsil area is okay. Red blood cell count is fine, white blood cell count is a little high, it looks, and lots of lymphatic congestion all over. You've got a terrible lymphatic system. Hardened, you're not breaking down the hardened fat. That egg diet I talked about, with meat, cup of meat, somewhere around 7 o'clock in the evening, cup of milk before you go to bed, cup of milk at night, that's the diet you need to do. For about 4 months, and you lose probably about 60 pounds. Okay. Once you go under 60 pounds, walk. But I like to get down 60 pounds. This lymphatic congestion is high blood pressure when you've got this much weight. People who have high blood pressure for a reason. Either their veins are going to collapse, or they've got too much weight and they need to push to make the pressure higher. You're just going to be like a limp noodle. You have to take those things. You know, it's better to have the high blood pressure, have everything moving. The best way off is just to start eating that egg diet. You won't miss it. And that may be what's causing the adrenals to go lax. Because if you start having energy and do things, you might have a cardiac arrest. What happens? They've lowered the blood pressure. So what happens? The veins aren't expanding as much as they need to be. And if she's weak and starts exercising, and those veins aren't wide enough, it could collapse or cause a spasm in the heart. And it is a Charlie horse in the heart. What happens if you have a Charlie horse in the heart? That's it. You're dead. Cardiac arrest. You know, you want high blood pressure if you're overweight. You've got to have high blood pressure. That's why almost everybody, 95% of the people I've ever met with high blood pressure were overweight. You can be overweight for a reason. What you need to do is in the new book version of We Want to Live, look under lymphatic congestion. and do the lymphatic baths. You may feel absolutely like a limp noodle when you get out. You move slow as a turtle. You might have, a little bit of milk or something there. But if you drink the formula that I suggest before you get in, you shouldn't have that problem. Then you bundle up with heavy clothes and you take a snail walk for about 45 minutes. And that'll clear that. So you won't contain so much of that. But the egg should give you all the nutrients that you need to start moving your lymphatic system. Because right now your lymphatic system isn't moving. You just keep, it breaks down fat enough that it's not holding in the lymphatic system, but when it dumps it into connective tissue, just perspired out to the skin, it's not doing it. It's locking in the tissue environment. And the hot baths will help melt it down to where you can start eliminating it. But you only do that bath 2 days a week, never closer than 3 days apart. Dietarily, just do the egg and meat and milk diet for 4 to 6 months. Vegetable juices once every 3 days. Vegetable juice I'm going to suggest would be 90% celery and 10% parsley. And have about 16 ounces every 3 days. Okay? About once every 3 weeks I'd like you to have 8 ounces of carrot juice with 2 ounces of coconut cream and 1 ounce of dairy cream. Just give your liver a little extra vitamin A or carotene to be made into vitamin A. Help the liver a little bit. Okay? And I don't know what it's going to look like at that time, so you can give me a call in 6 months if you need help. Otherwise, you may not need my help. Okay? You're welcome. You even look a little like thinner, much thinner than she. Okay, we'll wash our hands again. Left ovary, 50% dead, but only about 10% working. Very cold. The left adrenal gland is in pretty good shape. Left side of the pancreas, only about 90% alive, but only about 40% working. So it won't take much. You just need the right chemistry to get that going again. The ovary, I believe 65% alive, but only working by about 25-30% max. The adrenal gland, 15% dead, hardened, but very cold. It's not working very well. The right side of the pancreas, 40% dead, 60% alive, and sometimes it doesn't work other times. The right thyroid is pretty lax. Parathyroid's very good. Tonsil area poor. Left side thyroid area is okay. Parathyroid's excellent. Tonsil area is okay. Very poor circulation all throughout the torso. Red blood cell count is okay, but the red blood cells are somewhat anemic. You've got aluminum all through your body. Aluminum everywhere. And aluminum destroys the zeta potential. Zeta potential is the ability for nutrients to stay suspended in fluid. So if it's neurological fluid, all of it, spleen, or it's in the spleen. The bone marrow looks okay, so it must be the heavy metals that you have in the spleen. So when the spleen's holding the blood, the spleen does not create blood. Blood is grown in the bone marrow. All the spleen does is hold excess blood, about 1.5 pints for most people. If you're a larger person, you can hold up to 1 quart. But what it does, let's say you get a cut and you bleed, the spleen has this reserve of blood to dump back in the bloodstream so you don't get anemic and so you can outrun a cat, so you don't get eaten. But Or you, let's say, get very cold and your blood's too thin. The kidney will filter out water, and your spleen will dump more red blood cells to thicken your blood to keep you warm. So that's the activity of the spleen. If it's highly metal contaminated, the metal's going to leach into the blood cells that are sitting inside of it. And that'll weaken those blood, so when they get it back into the bloodstream, they're not going to transport oxygen as well. So you've got like a secondary anemia. Even if you have the right red blood cell count, the red blood cells aren't very strong. Coconut cream will help remove that. Beets and coconut cream together. Once in a while, let's say 2 ounces of shredded beets with about 2 ounces of coconut cream. You could do that once a week. Then also once a week, about 3 days apart from that, you could do 2 ounces of beet juice with 2 ounces of coconut cream, and that'll help break that metal down in the spleen. A little too acrid for you, so add 2 ounces of carrot juice to either one of those two. Okay? If it's a grated beet, still 2 ounces of carrot juice with it. I recommend your other vegetable juice be 80% celery, 15% parsley, and 5% raspberry puree. So you get raspberries, you put them in a blender, blend it, and pour it into your vegetable juice. Start pulling out some of that toxicity. That's usually cooked. So try it one time with a tablespoon of raspberries in that mixture of vegetable juice. If you have a reaction, then use 1 raspberry to break it. Okay, until you get enough of it out so you're able to handle it. Depends if you have raspberry. With this kind of poisoning all over the system, I'm going to suggest the egg diet for you for at least 2.5 months. When you have the vegetable juice, have that vegetable juice you could use it every 2 days. There's only 1 raspberry in it at first, just to make sure. And have an egg. I would say have an egg, when you first wake in the morning, days when you have the juice, you have the juice in about 10 to 12 ounces. Hour later, you have an egg. 45 minutes later, have an egg. Half an hour later, an egg. Half an hour later, an egg. Then 2 cycles with an egg every hour. Then 4 cycles with an egg every half hour. So keep it rotating like that. Then when you get into the evening, whatever meat you can handle. I don't care if it's marinated fish and lemon juice or chicken or beef, whatever it is. A cup and a quarter of that, and then a cup of milk before you go to sleep. And I'd say during the night sometime. And do that egg diet until you can get enough protein and fats in your body that you have a better chemistry. Yeah, do you like honey and butter? Can you handle that okay? Yeah, please. So I would say just the eggs, the meat, and the milk. Just do that for about 2.5 months. It may take up to 3 months, but I think about 2.5 months from what I see. And these should be pretty regulated where you start adding, some butter or cream or something else without causing a reaction, 36 hours later, because your system is slow to react, it looks like. So, but then you still have to suffer the reaction for a while. So that should pretty well handle it for you. But like I say, when you have the vegetable juice with the coconut cream, that's only like every other day. But you're only going to have that 2 days a week, and that's 3 days apart. Maybe 3 days apart, 4 days apart. So you're not having the beet and the carrot, the coconut cream. You have the 1 raspberry with celery and parsley. If you'll follow the recipe in the recipe book, it tells you how if you mix lime juice with coconut cream, it'll last 6-7 weeks. That lasts up to 3 months. Don't throw away anything that's fermented like that, including milk. It just digests better. It'll cleanse. Coconut cream is great toothpaste when it's fermented like that. It's also even a better cleanser. So don't throw that stuff away. After about 2.5 months, I suggest that you give me a call and adjust it a little bit differently. Just sure how you're going to react after 2.5 months. What you should do before you call me, experiment with adding the butter to the meat. Another meat meal in the morning. But do one at a time for about 5 days maximum. 5 days will be wait as long as you have to wait to see if you're going to have a reaction. That's an evening meat meal. That works out after 5 days. Add another half a cup of meat in the morning. That works out after 5 days. Add a tablespoon of butter to that. That works out. Add another half a cup of meat in the morning. Then another tablespoon of butter added like that. Maybe in a year you can get up to the point where you can handle honey. And also, they're dumping, anybody know about chemtrails? They're streaking in the sky, high barium and aluminum. They're great precipitators. So, and the combination is radioactive. And we're breathing that stuff in every time they dump. And you just may be a person who can't handle the aluminum. Raspberries help you handle the aluminum in coconut cream. So. But I don't want to put the two together yet. You're welcome. Both hands on goes up. Okay. Left testicle is about 50% hardened. And it doesn't look like it's working very well. The left adrenal gland is hardened. It's working fairly well. The left side of the pancreas is about 70% hardened. That's a problem. The left thyroid is barely working, parathyroid is barely working, tonsils barely working. You've got a real glandular problem. The right testy, about 50% hardened and about 20% protein deficient. The right adrenal gland is okay. The right side of the pancreas is about 90% hardened. That's about 80% hardened. So you've got a real pancreatic problem. The right thyroid is okay. Parathyroid is very poor. Tonsillary is very poor. Lymphatic congestion everywhere. Were you a vegetarian? It tells me you're not assimilating your meat. You're not digesting your meat. Have you tried eating it raw?
Yeah.
It's better for you? Yeah. Do you get better energy from it?
I believe so.
Because so many of your glands, more than about 60% of your glands are not functioning. And also you're just shriveling up your whole torso area. It's like you're shriveling like a raisin. Or like a grape to a raisin. And you're both protein and fat deficient. You're not drying out like it's just a fat deficiency. It's almost like a big protein deficiency and a little fat deficiency. So you've had a problem with protein absorption and digestion for probably almost 25 years. Long enough to find your way here. You're going to see the journey back. Even digesting the raw meat, you're going to have difficulty with. So what I'd like you to do is you do an egg diet too, to get those proteins, already dissolved proteins. What I'd like you to do is have 3 half cup or a little bit more half cup meat meals a day. So they're small. And always never have butter with your meat for you to react. I want you to have eggs with your meat, like steak tartare. I want you to have eggs and more eggs and meat and eggs together, eggs and more meat. I would like you to have a vegetable juice 2 times a day. Only make the first one 8 ounces, and the one about somewhere around 5 o'clock should be 12 ounces. Normally that's backwards from how I do it, but you're backwards kind of fellow. So what you might do is have like 6 volume ounces of meat first thing in the morning after your vegetable juice, then eggs, and then somewhere around 1, 2 o'clock you have another half cup to 6 ounces volume ounces of meat again, and then after your juice, 1.5 to 2 hours after your juice, you have another meat meal, but just under a half a cup. So it's about 3 volume ounces after that 12 ounce juice. After you have the 12 ounce juice, I want you to consume 2 eggs. 30 minutes after you finish the juice, 1 egg, the next 30 minutes another egg, next 30 minutes your meat meal. Okay? And then in the evening, I'd like you to have a milkshake. Even if you have stomach cramping for it, I'd still like you, so plan for it, an hour and 15 minutes before you're going to go to sleep, because you have to deal with some cramping. I'd like you to have one night 2 eggs in it, the next night 3 eggs in it. I'd like you to have 5 ounces of milk, 2.5 ounces of cream when you have 3 eggs, 3 ounces of cream when you have 2 eggs. So then, up to 2 tablespoons of honey. May be very sweet, but that's okay. You need it. And then, what you do is leave about 1/4 of a cup of that for during the night. Okay? And down it with another egg. Down the egg first, and down the cup, 1/4 cup of milkshake after that. Okay? Do you mind the eggs Rocky style? No. Rocky style, sucking them out. Try to find the eggs with chickens or feeders fed the least soy. Would you rest down on there? I'm just asking. Leftover is in pretty good shape, but it's not working. Right? You know what this hormone is. Left thyroid is about 50% hard dead. Left side of the pancreas is about 80% hard. Left thyroid is good. Parathyroid is excellent. Tonsil area pretty good. Right ovary is probably 70% hardened. Adrenal gland is about 50% hardened. Right side of the pancreas, about 20% hardened only, so not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Right thyroid barely working, parathyroid okay, tonsil area okay over here. Smoker? Did you grow up around a smoker? Is your parents smoke or just one? After you're born? Yeah, it doesn't make any difference. You suck in enough. You got benzene, you got saltpeter. That's what's causing your breast cancer. You didn't have enough fat to bind anything else, poisoning the cells in that area. It's already moving out of your body, so there's no point in trying to force it out. It's already moving. And since it's on the move, it's a little too radical. I'm going to suggest that you do 3 quarts of milk a day. I'd like you to eat about a 1/2 pound of cheese a day, but I'd like you to eat a tablespoon at a time. So every hour and a half you eat a tablespoon of cheese. And if you have tendency toward constipation, you eat an equal amount of butter with it. Okay? Then I don't want you to eat much honey. I want you to eat honey twice a day with 2 of the tablespoons of cheese. I want to help remineralize and minerals for your system. That will be to start with. Then, after a week, I'd like you to have 3 times a day a tablespoon of cheese with a teaspoon of honey, only a teaspoon of honey. The honey right now will cause too much dissolution. We don't want to cause that anymore. It's doing it enough. I just need the minerals to be binding with it. So I'd like you to have, what I'd like you to do is start the day off with, wake up and have, I'd like you to have 6 ounces of carrot juice with 2 ounces of coconut cream, 2 ounces of dairy cream every 4 days. Then, after that, I'd like you to have 2 eggs, Rocky style, about 40 minutes later. Then, a half an hour after that, you start drinking milk. You know, I don't care if it's every, 20 minutes you're having a half a cup or a cup. I'd like you to have at least 3 quarts a day. A gallon a day would be fine. And, but at least 3 quarts a day. Then, after you drink about a quart and a half, I want you to do a series of eggs. Every half an hour an egg. Every half an hour until you get 4 eggs. Then I want you to go into another quart to a quart and a half of milk again. 4 eggs again every half hour. Milk again, 4 eggs. And then you go to sleep and you wake up and you have milk and then you go back to sleep. And that's your cycle. Okay, and the cheese you'll just dot in there. In between something you've eaten. Like if it's in between the, don't have it around the eggs very often. When you're doing the cycle of 4 every half hour, what you could do is, about after you've had 2 eggs, have a tablespoon of the cheese. 15 minutes after that, and the other 15 minutes you're going to have an egg again. And go through 2 eggs, and then do the cheese again, 2 eggs. And then you're back into the milk again, and do the milk, the cheese and the milk anytime. Yeah, you're going to need the green juice every 4th day. So let's say you're doing the carrot juice, the coconut cream, and dairy cream. You could have a teaspoon of honey in that. You're going to need a teaspoon of honey in that. Then 2 days later, a vegetable juice of greens. Let's say 80% celery. I'd like you to have 10% cilantro and 10%, let's make it 5% parsley, 5% cucumber. Okay. So have that, only 8 ounces of that. 2 days after you have the carrot juice. And then 2 days again you have the carrot juice and greens, and then the vegetable juice, green vegetable juice. You rotate like that. So every 2 days you're going to need a little bit more alcohol.
Nickel.
Yeah. Well, it's got the silver in it. So, that I'm not worried about what was there. It's what's here. Pardon? No. What it did was just that freed up the body to start detoxifying. The body's probably concentrating on taking care of the nickel a lot. Here it said, okay, I've got to take care of this area. Because that's too close to the brain.
That's where we're kind of hurt.
That doesn't relate to the rest. That's localized from your parents smoking and the chemicals they used to put in paper. It's kind of contamination in the lung area of your life. Once your lymph glands in your breast are trying to break it down, it's still destroyed some of the tissue, a lot of it. Okay? A lot of signs of anemia. Right. Already weak?
Yeah. Yeah, the problem when I had
Healing wasn't. It's cleansing.
Yeah.
And you didn't eat cleansing. Wow. Your bone marrow was just contaminated with iodine and aluminum. Vaccine. The only thing you can do is vaccine. Salt. We're binding with the aluminum. Not a common combination, but I can see it happen. You cause